All right. Warm greetings to everyone here. My name is Benjamin Ofyong, and I'm one of the anchor persons for this event. I'm super excited to have you join us live across the globe, and I'm looking forward to having an amazing conversation here with all of us. I welcome you to the Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022. The conference will be addressing prevalent marine and environmental issues such as ghost fishing, marine litter, and loss in biodiversity, among others. So just by engaging, I would like all of you to say hello on the chat box and type in the name of the country you're chatting from. So just go to the chat box now and say hello. I also want to see your best emojis in the chat box. Just show me how excited you are to be in this conference today. Okay, so just let's get to it. Let's go to the chat box now. I want to see your emojis. Give me your best emojis, your favorite emojis. Just go there now and also say hello and tell us the country you're chatting from. Okay, let's do that. Okay, I can see Linda. Linda, you're welcome. I can see Tammy. You're welcome. Please, let's go there now and give me your best emojis. Oh, I can see Edia from Ghana. You're welcome. I can see Marilyn Sweet from Canada. You're welcome. Okay, it's good to have all of you here. We actually want you to give full attention to all the things we'll be discussing here, as we'll be asking questions from time to time to test and to see how attentive you've been through the sessions. And of course, we have basic ground rules, which I know most of you have been exposed to from the website. We want you to be cautious. We want you to, well-mannered and follow our rules so that we'll have a smooth conference. Okay, so without further ado, we'll like to begin. Have a special guest who is already here and ready. He'll be taking the welcome address. Also, he'll be speaking on the topic, the Fishing Net Gains West Africa project. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the founder, executive director of Mr. Emmanuel Sofa as he takes his session.
Thank you very much, Ben. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you from wherever you are joining us today around the world. Welcome to the inaugural Fishing Net Gains West Africa Conference. We have tagged this the Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022, collaborations for sustainable fisheries and oceans in Africa. It's 10 a.m. West African time in Nigeria, and we are streaming live from Uyo, the capital city of Akwa Ibom State. Do well to join us on Zoom with the link that have been provided to all the registrants, and then you can go to our social media platforms on Facebook, on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube to get the link. Otherwise, you can watch us live on these social media platforms. We have over 320 attendees registered from literally every continent, except for Antarctica, of course, from various sectors ranging from marine, fisheries, ports, shipping, environment, politics, financials, academia, and coastal communities. We Stand Out for Environment Restoration Initiative, a non-governmental organization committed to raising environmental awareness at supporting community attitudes towards ameliorating environmental challenges. Our mission and vision are hinged on the shared belief that we can stop talking and start acting to make a difference. Therefore, we have adopted the mantra, ACT, E, attitudinal change towards very bad.
Um, I'm on now, so remove this. Remove this. Hello, everyone. Yeah, sorry about that short break. We had a little network interruption, but before that happened, Mr. Sofa, the executive director and founder of Sofa Initiative, was the one speaking, and I think that he's back on now. So I would like to reintroduce him to continue from where he stopped and the things he was trying to share with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome back Mr. Emmanuel Sofa as he continues the session.
Thank you very much, Ben. We must apologize sincerely for that breaking transmission. We just had a little challenge with our internet. So I'll just go ahead and hopefully we'll stay within time. The Fishing Net Gains project develops in a circular economy, engages fishing communities to retrieve or collect end-of-life gears, waste nets, also known as ghost gears. Ghost gears are abandoned, lost, or otherwise discarded fishing gears that continue to harmfully trap and kill marine animals, even when fishing is not being carried out, in a concept called ghost fishing. Ghost gears collected by fishermen are deposited at our facilities called the HubNets that serves as a collection center for these gears and information management on related matters, including fishers' welfare. Maintained by community youth in an engagement of our integrated concept, these waste nets are cleaned of other impurities like the floaters, sand, and other things, and are sold in a subsidized rate to community women. These women are trained 50 women per community in our pilot projects, and we've been able to train up to over 200. And when these women get engaged in the transformation of these waste nets in a concept called the Community Integration Center, where crafts are made by local loom machines and fabrics are bought back by Sofa Initiative business development team to produce low to high-end shoes, bags, and belts that will be sold physically and online, and with a shared profit that goes back through a back-end reward system of the value chain that we don't take for granted, because this project is wholly for the community, so it's meant to be a standalone. We initiate it, but eventually the communities take over them. Low-end shoes will be donated to coastal community schools through our fundraising platforms, online and offline. So I plead that you make willful donations on our site, because it will put shoes on the feet of a child that cannot afford them as they go to school. Our stats show the impact this project is already creating in coastal communities. And we're proposing to include ports and jetties in provision of our hub nets to help in the collection and processing of waste nets into meaningful upcycled products that solve global issues. As you can see in our value chain, the fishermen are rewarded per kg for every waste net retrieved or deposited at the hub nets. The women are trained and employed at the Community Integration Center to develop and sell handcrafts. The youth are employed at the hub nets with opportunities to develop business ideas. Is to, before we we're going to apologize a few more times. This is our first conference, so we have these few hitches, so we beg on you to be a little patient. I'll continue with my speech. And like I said, beyond the Fishing Net Gains project, the Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference seeks to bring all relevant stakeholders in a room to engage and foster collaborations for the purpose of controlling and mitigating marine litter. Our case study is Nigeria as the microcosm of the African coast. Although other plastic waste will be discussed, our focus will be on the major contributor to marine litter, which is ghost gear. Abandoned, lost, or otherwise discarded fishing gears, also known as ghost gear, is a major source of marine pollution and has created unending issues in fishing, shipping, and coastline management, with over 640,000 tons dumped annually in our oceans. During our needs analysis in developing the Fishing Net Gains project for Nigeria and West Africa, we realized that waste generated from land and sea bases are not properly collected or managed. This is because no individual authority would absorb absolute responsibility. We also observed some disparity, discordance, and lack of synergy within and amongst the Nigerian MDAs, these ministries, department, agencies. This lack of collaboration between sectors of marine, shipping, fisheries, ports, and environment in Nigeria reflects what is obtainable in most African states. The global solution, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, and the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, in partnership with the Norwegian government and recently the government of Saudi Arabia, are currently driving a multi-sectoral and national and international solution called the Glow Litter Partnership, where SOFA initiative has been invited to the Nigerian National Task Force as the only NGO globally that has a chair on this panel. Our research has revealed that there is partial negligence of artisanal fishing and fishing communities, and their contribution to the provision of animal protein to society. This informed our baseline studies and the development in the Fishing Net Gains project in Nigeria with projection to Africa. In projection, we can see that a total of about 25% of the population of Nigeria lies to the south. States that are bound by the coast have a total of 25% of the population of Nigeria. And of this 25%, 11% are along the coastline, meaning they are coastal communities. And this has revealed that our 5 locations in Nigeria and 1 in Cameroon, the Fishing Net Gains project will continue to expand along the coast of West Africa and indeed Africa. Today, our speakers from our sponsors, partners in Goes Gear, industry chiefs, experts, stakeholders within Nigeria will be speaking on topics ranging from Goes Gear, marine protected areas, diving, women empowerment, partnerships, and collaborations, amongst others. Again, as the executive director, I would urge you to stay glued to your screen on this virtual conference. And at the end of it, I'm sure a lot of us are going to have outstanding benefits. Let's look out for the breakout session that's going to come later, which will give us an opportunity to have discussion with discussants. On behalf of my amiable and relentless staff and volunteers, I would like to welcome you to the Fishing Net Gains West Africa Conference. Again, Marine Leader at the African Coast Conference 2022. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel, so far for that wonderful presentation. It was very apt. It's just by you were able to summarize in a nutshell all the things and all the projects that the organizations have been engaged with over the years and your own contribution to helping in the prevention, mitigation, and reduction of marine waste and ghost fishing, all the issues associated with ghost fishing and marine litter. Thank you so much for that. And I would like to just move straight to the agenda to continue from where we started from, and we have another special guest with us here who will be taking the next session. But by way of introduction, I would like to call on the executive director, the ED, to please welcome her as she takes her session. Mr. Emmanuel, please could you introduce our next guest? Okay. All right. So before he does that, I'll also like to expose you to some of the things we'll be doing here. So like I said, this conference and this event promises to be very engaging. So from time to time, we're going to be having polls. We are going to be having questions to test how well you're following. We're going to be asking you to engage as much as possible. And of course, I know already you are gaining value from being here. I would like you to invite your friends with the conference link. If you feel that there are people that should be here and you probably have not seen them, you could still invite them to join us here, So I want you to be very attentive to the discourse, and we're going to be having time for Q&A. So we expect that you engage, ask as many questions as you can. Our panelists are here. They are fully loaded and ready. So whatever questions you want to ask, you can just type it on the Q&A box, and you can even be specific about your question. If you need a particular panelist to address whatever you want, just type the question and then put the name of the panelist, and I will direct the question to the panelist to answer. So I think our ED is ready now, so I would like to invite him to welcome our next guest. Okay. Okay, so
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for holding still. We're managing the internet here. Let's be a little patient. I would now want to just jump into the next agenda. And we're going to be talking about Ghost Gears. Because we're talking about Ghost Gears today, we have to introduce the experts. So all the way from Australia, she's speaking today, is Ingrid Giscus. Ingrid Giscus is a passionate advocate on social justice, animal welfare, and environmental issues, especially oceans. With a background in policy, external affairs, and stakeholder engagement. Expert networker and lobbyist who thrives in a diverse global team environment, building strong working relationships with internal and external stakeholders, working holistically to create sustainable solutions. Specialties are designing and implementing campaigns, lobbying and engaging strategies for government bodies, multilateral funding, and also fellow NGOs. Providing sound analysis, research, and advice in stakeholders mapping, approaching and engaging project management, as well as producing legislative submissions and policy pieces. Belgian, Dutch, and American national is an outstanding expert when it comes to this field. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ingrid Giscus.
Hi everyone, good evening here from Australia. Thank you so much for having me. It was such a pleasure last year to present at your Fishing Net conference, and so I'm so pleased to be here again this year. I'm gonna try and share my screen so you can all see my presentation. Let's see if that works. Can you see the slideshow in slideshow mode now? Yeah, okay, I will continue then. So my name is Ingrid Giscus. I'm the director of the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, which is a global alliance of more than 125 members all around the world. And obviously SOFA is one of our very valued members. So Emmanuel had already given quite a good overview of what ghost gear is, but it is the most harmful form of marine debris for our oceans, ecosystems, and the fishing communities that depend on it for their livelihoods. And that's why it's so important that we all come together and tackle this issue as an alliance. It is estimated that more than 640,000 tons of fishing gear enters our ocean every year. And in some more recent studies, it is estimated that it could make up 46 to 70% of all floating macroplastics, so bigger pieces of plastic in the ocean gyre. So it is a really significant problem also in Nigeria, and that's why it's so great that we have the SOFA initiative to help us tackle this problem. What is the Global Ghost Gear Initiative? We are a cross-sectoral alliance committed to driving solutions to the problem of lost or otherwise lost, abandoned, or otherwise discarded fishing gear. And we do that to improve the health of marine ecosystems, protect marine life from harm, and safeguard human health and livelihoods. And our approach is really across prevention, mitigation, and remediation. We have a global reach with a number of governments all around the world, including the Canadian government. And I know that Marilyn Sweet from the Canadian government is on the line as well to give a presentation. And we have members all around the world. As you can see, we need some more members in Africa. We only have a couple of members there. But SOFA is obviously one of our longest standing and most important members on the continent. And we're always looking to broaden the scope of our work, but also the scope of our reach. So what is our approach? We focus on building evidence, on defining best practice and informing policy, and catalyzing and replicating solutions. We need the evidence to really understand the problem and for that to inform what best practice could look like, as well as what a solution to ghost gear could look like. And in turn, best practices are implemented in our solutions projects and then also feed into the build evidence cycle. So these three loops are in a continuous feedback loop with each other, feeding of each other and informing our work in those three pillars. We have a couple of really important guidance documents, of which the best practice framework for the management of fishing gear, both in capture fisheries as in aquaculture, is really our compass document that we use in all of our applications. They give guidance across all stakeholder categories, including the NGO sector, but also fisheries managers and fishers, on what they can do to tackle the ghost gear problem at each stage of the fishing gear life cycle. And it is really, oh, my slides are moving, having a life of its own. And it's really there to be incorporated in fisheries management plans, but also in project work. And I know that so far the SOFA initiative has been part of a number of our capacity building workshops and is super familiar with all the guidance in there and is really applying that in all of the project work that you guys are leading on in Nigeria. We also have the GGI data portal where we collect and house all that evidence that we are gathering. So when groups like, for example, the SOFA initiative are doing a gear removal project, they can log this data using our data card in the data portal for us to really get a better understanding of what ghost gear impacts there are all around the world. And we are launching an updated version of the data portal. So it's now more important than ever than really engage with this platform and help us continue to build the evidence base. We also have a program called our Small Grants Program, and I wanted to highlight this in particular because that's how SOFA initiative initially came to the GGI. So Emmanuel and I met at the 6th International Marine Debris Conference in San Diego in 2018. And when he was explaining what the SOFA initiative was aiming to do, I thought that, you know, some mentorship and support and financial support could really help leverage and grow the SOFA initiative and make it ready to accept larger grants and larger amounts of funding from governments like the Canadian government. And so through our Small Grants Program, we really try and fund member projects, GGI member projects, NGO projects, and focus really on advancing activities with really demonstrable impact and that can be scaled year on year. So while we're trying to grow the project in itself, we're also trying to really mentor the organization and really help build out those local NGOs into thriving communities of action on ghost gear. And all of the work that we do through the Small Grants Program, again, focuses on prevention, mitigation, and remediation. And so, for example, in the SOFA initiative, the hubnets, the workshops, the fisher education, and the removal work all fall within those three pillars of the work. The SOFA initiative has also been awarded in the past our Joanna Tool Glolita Award and our Joanna Tool Ghost Gear Solutions Award. And this year we had two other projects in the African continent that achieved this deserving prize in honor of the late Joanna Tool, who was very much an ocean advocate and passionate about ghost gear and the GGI. So this year we had two projects. One was Erakoma and the other one was Women Sia. The first one was a community initiative to really recycle and upcycle and prevent ghost gear, engaging local community. And the second organization was there really to empower fishers to prevent ghost gear and also assess and restore restored areas. So we are gradually growing our footprint in the African continent, and we really hope that through our small grants program, we can foster the growth of those organizations, just like we saw happen with the Surfer Initiative, which is really a beautiful example of how a local organization can grow, thrive, and really make an outsized impact on the issue. So we do have a number of projects all around the world. Apart from in Nigeria, we're also supporting work in Indonesia, in Mexico, in the Caribbean, Vanuatu, and United States, focusing on those three pillars. And we just recently launched our next cycle of our small grants program. So this is a call to all of you here on the line today. If you're not working for the Surfer Initiative or if you are working for Surfer Initiative, to submit an application so that more work in Africa can be funded through our small grants program, and we can help more organizations grow and thrive. So that was me, just a really short intervention. I always really look forward to these annual conferences that are hosted. It's so great to connect with all of you here today, and I hope that this conference here might be an inspiring moment for all of you to continue to do all of the amazing work that you are doing in Nigeria. I often share all the work that you do as a key example of how we can really make an impact on ghost gear. So rest assured that you're one of our shining examples, and hopefully we will continue our partnership into the future. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ingrid, for that wonderful presentation. In fact, you've said quite a lot, but I think you actually simplified the whole concept of ghost fishing, ghost gear, and what the Triple GI is doing in partnership with other organizations to get more done in the area of preventing and reducing marine litter from abandoned, lost, or otherwise discarded fishing nets. I really thank you for the time that you have to give to us to be here. And I would like to ask the participants, in case you have any questions for Ingrid, while the event is ongoing, please do well to drop it on the Q&A box so that she can address and maybe expatiate on some of the things that she has talked about in the course of the conference. All right, so I think I would just like to do a kind of a recap question to really see if most of us are following. It's just a very simple question. It's going to be displayed on the screen right now. It's going to be displayed on the screen. So all I need you to do is to say yes or no, or true or false. All right. So you're going to see the question right now on your screen. And it's a very simple question. And the question is, I'll read it, but you see it on your screen. Okay. Okay, I just realized that there is, okay, yeah, the internet is back. All right, so the question is very simple. Ghost fishing is when fishing gears that have been lost in the ocean continue to trap and kill marine animals. That's just a simple question, from more like a recap. So I want you to do something for me. Pick between true or false. Let's see if you're already following and you're already getting some of the things that is being discussed here. So let's go, let's engage. Just pick any of whichever you think. Just click on true or false. Just pick one. Ghost fishing is when fishing gears that have been lost in the ocean continues to trap and kill marine animals. Okay, so you have 2 seconds to send in your answer. Let's go. Everyone, please engage. Everyone engage. Let's see. All right. Time up. Time up. Please, if okay, yes. All right. So we're going to have the results displayed for us to see. So we'll see if truly we are following. Oh, great. This is great. So we have 100%, almost all the participants went for option A, which is true. And I must say that that is the correct answer. So it means that we are following. Thank you very much for engaging. Okay, so on that note, I think we'll just move on to the next speaker. So I'll ask the executive director to please introduce the next guest to the conference.
Thank you very much, Ben. Quickly, we will move to our next speaker. And she's none other than Marilyn Sweet. Marilyn Sweet is or has had more than 10 years of experience working in the federal government of Canada in several departments. Her roles have included policy analyst, senior advisor in fisheries management, and marine mammal response coordinator. Throughout her career, she has gained experience in both policy development writing and implementation, as well as performing operational roles. She has experience in consultation and engagements with a variety of stakeholders, and she's able to provide strategic advice and recommendations to management in a variety of forms, be it through verbal briefings, formalized presentations, or written reports. She has excellent communication and interpersonal skills, and enjoy exciting, challenging roles. Ladies and gentlemen, the representative of our funders will be talking on Sustainable Fisheries Solutions Retrieval Support and Contribution Program, the SFS RSCP, and the Fishing Net Gains West Africa Project. Put your hands together. You can go to the icon. You can see the clap emoji as we welcome Marilyn Sweet.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Emmanuel. It was a nice, warm welcome. I'll try to share my screen here as well. And I will apologize. It's earlier in the morning here than it is for everyone else. Well, for the other speakers. So hopefully I've had enough coffee to be awake enough. So thank you again for welcoming me. Pleased to be here. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss the Sustainable Fisheries Solutions and Retrieval Support Contribution Program. The title is quite long, so we often refer to it as the Go Skier Fund. So I'll refer to it as that as I go through the presentation. And let me just see here, there. All right, so what is this, the Go Skier Fund, or the SFSRSCP? So the Go Skier Fund is part of the Government of Canada's broader commitment to reduce Go Skier, and it is under the same program, which is under the same name, sorry, the Go Skier Program. The Go Skier Program was launched in 2019. And soon after, the Go Skier Fund was launched in 2020. So just to give you a little bit of background, the fund was announced in February of 2020. It was called through an open call for proposals. Applicants were invited to apply through this call for proposals. We had $8.3 million initially available to support projects, and the projects were funded for a 2-year period from 2020 to 2022, which actually worked out to a little under 2 years actually when we got the contribution agreement signed, but it was meant to be a 2-year program. Due to the great amount of interest we had, we received far more applicants than we were able to fund, unfortunately, with a lot of wonderful projects that were being proposed. But due to this, we received an additional $8.4 million in funding in 2021. And that was used to do an open call for proposals for a second time. And it was also used to increase the amount of funding that was provided to other applicants, so previous applicants such as SOFR. It resulted in a little bit of a challenge just because we were required to have the funds out rather quickly, and it put a little bit of pressure on those that were working on their projects, but we've had some great success so far. So this will just give you an idea of the structure of the program. So overall, the program has 4 different pillars of activity, and each of the applicants, when they were applying, were requested to identify which pillar of activity they were working towards. So pillar 1 is the third-party led retrieval of ghost gear. Pillar 2 is responsible disposal. Pillar 3 is gear acquisition and piloting of gear technology. And pillar number 4 is international leadership. And I would say the majority of projects that we received did not specifically target just one pillar. A lot of them had multiple pillars in their application. So this just gives you a little more detail of the different pillars and what activities would fall underneath those. So for the third-party retrieval activity, within Canada at least, retrieval can only occur when there's no active fishing that's occurring. So during the closed fishing season, this is due to some regulatory impediments that we have in place for that. All of the projects that are running are required to follow the rules and regulations in the jurisdictions in which they're operating. So within Canada, the retrieval could only happen during the closed fishing season. This pillar also helps to support the use of mapping technology to identify hotspots for ghost gear and enables us to direct our retrieval activities to these areas. For number 2, responsible disposal, through this pillar, we have supported more than 30 small craft harbor locations in Canada, and this is to help to support the retrieval, the post-retrieval handling of ghost gear and end-of-life fishing gear. So it allows for disposal and collection at these small craft harbors. Helps us to encourage commercial harvesters to bring their end-of-life fishing gear to these harbors as well for end-of-life reuse, recycle, and disposal. Through this pillar also established networks for gear collection, and I would say SOFR is a really good example of this, enabling networks for gear collection post-retrieval. And above all, this pillar aims to encourage recycling and reuse of end-of-life fishing gear and ghost gear, as opposed to just having it end up in a landfill, which has to occur in some situations, but we really try to encourage the reuse and recycling of gear where possible. In terms of the innovative gear technology, this pillar was used to support the acquisition of different gear types for harvesters, such as smart tags and traceable buoys. A lot of these gear types can be rather expensive to purchase. So this fund enabled people to be able to acquire this, either harvesters or harvesters associations. And it also allowed us to pilot different retrieval tools. So for example, in Canada, we had several organizations that acquired grapnel hooks so that they could do retrieval work in different areas and trial them in different areas as well. And finally, there's the international report pillar, international support pillar, or international leadership. And this is to support work in other jurisdictions aimed at reducing ALDFG and applying best practices in those areas. So just to give you a little bit of an overview, initially we had $8.3 million, as I mentioned, and that increased to 16.7 in total for the 2 years. Initially, we had 26 projects that were funded, and that has also increased to 49 projects in total. As you can see, there's 45 nationally based projects in Canada, so we have a good distribution across Canada, and we have only 4 international projects that we funded. These are supporting work in Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Caribbean, and of course, Nigeria. And again, $1.2 million was allocated to improve capacity for the collection of post-retrieval gear. So this gives you an overview of what the program is and what the program isn't. So the program is really focused on stewardship. We really tried to focus a lot on retrieval activities in Canada for the first 2 years as well, and worked at collecting data of lost gear reports and retrieval activities so that we can have a better understanding of the impact of ghost gear in Canada. And this work was also facilitated through the launch of the fishing gear reporting system, which was also funded through the funds that we received for the program. And this system, actually, I'll talk about it in a few minutes. There's a little more detail to go into that. And to give you an idea of what the program is not an enforcement program. So we're really trying to educate and raise awareness to the problem of ghost gear, both in Canada and abroad. So we're not trying to penalize people for losing gear. We're trying to encourage them to becoming involved, participating, and assisting with retrieval work. In addition to this, in Canada, we're not allowed to do retrieval activities outside during the active fishing season. So all of the retrieval work has to be done during the closed fishing season. This is due to some regulatory impediments that we have in place. So this is not a retrieval program that can happen just ad hoc. It also requires proper authorizations. So not just anyone can participate in gear retrieval. It has to be someone that's authorized through license in Canada. And another item that the project is, or the program is not, it is not focused on the development of new gear technologies. It's only for the trialing of products that are market ready. Whoops. And here's just a little bit of an overview of the project distribution for the 2 years that we have. So as you can see, there's a great deal of projects on the Atlantic coast. We have 4 management areas in the Atlantic coast of Canada. And we have 13 projects in the Pacific coast. And then you can see our national in scope and then the 4 international projects. I would note that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans website has an overview of all of these projects. So you're welcome to go and take a look at that. It provides you some information on what's being done through the funding project, the amount of money that was received for each of the projects as well. And it also has contact information for all of the different groups that were funded as well. So just to give you an overview of some of the results to date, the first number there is Canada specific. So this is the retrieval information that we have from within Canada. So in total, more than 1,200 tons of ALDFG has been retrieved as part of the program, which is wonderful. It's a great deal of traps and nets and rope that's come out of the water. So in total, there's 125 kilometers of rope that's been retrieved. So we're really proud of this. We've supported over 600 retrieval trips, and we still have activity ongoing, mainly on the Pacific coast because it's a little warmer there. So we're hoping that all of these numbers will increase before the end of the project. We've also been able to support the creation of over 300 jobs, which during a global pandemic, we're very happy that we've been able to do that and support people. And we've also engaged over 700 partners as part of the program. So partnering with groups is important to raise awareness of ghost gear. So we're glad that we've been able to support this work through stakeholders in different levels of government and industries to get involved in these discussions. So a little more on the impacts of the program. So as I mentioned before, the fishing gear reporting system, the system was launched in June or July of last year, and it allows harvesters within Canada to report on their lost gear and also report when they retrieve their gear. This is a requirement for all commercial fisheries in Canada. So the system is something that they can access through their smartphones or tablets or on their computer, and they can create their own profile, I guess it is, in the system. So it allows for ease of reporting and helps to improve compliance with the requirements to report on this lost gear. So the mandatory reporting, as I just mentioned, in Canada, it is now mandatory to report all lost fishing gear for commercial fisheries. This was in place for several fisheries prior to the launch of the program in 2019, but over the past 2 years, we've been able to expand that to all commercial fisheries in Canada, which is great. It allows us to gather more data on the amount of gear that's lost and areas, and allows us to determine if there's areas that we need to focus more on hotspots for retrieval. And then finally, international leadership. So this is really supporting and promoting the best practices internationally for ALDFG. A lot of the work that Ingrid and her group have done. So, and also discussing work that's been done by SOFR. It's great for sharing best practices in different areas. So I won't go into a ton of detail on this because it's already been discussed a bit by Manuel and Ingrid, but I will go into a little bit of detail of SOFR, so the project that is also being funded, one of our 4 internationally. Initially, the funding for the project was, I believe, $250,000. It's now up to $450,000, and it was one of our initial projects that were funded through the open call for proposals. So the project is really great in terms of focusing on a lot of the different pillars that we have for our program. So it really focuses on developing best practices in the region, promoting collaboration, and creating economic opportunities. So the project is focused on raising awareness of ghost gear in West Africa, establishing facilities, the HubNets is noted there, collecting gear, and also encouraging capacity development and education. So as was mentioned through Manuel's project, the initial funding that was provided helped with the construction of several HubNets. This has now been expanded, so there's 4 in total that have been constructed through the funding, and it's also helping to support the maintenance of 2 other previously constructed HubNets. And then in terms of outreach, the group has done a great deal of work in terms of engaging with partners. They've held engagement sessions and workshops with communities. They've engaged with local harvesters to discuss the causes and the prevention skills for ghost gear loss, and also assisting with retrieval. Excuse me. They have supported dive teams, which will help assist in data collection and support improvements awareness in ghost gear along the coast of Africa, West Africa. And it also supports a volunteer program, which we're hoping will enable ongoing support for the initiative once the duration of the project is completed. So all in all, the project has been going really well. They were one of the initial applicants that we received, and they were up against a lot of competition when we received the initial application. And they demonstrated a lot of success in the first year of the program. And due to this, when we received the additional funding in 2021, we asked SOFR if they would like to receive some additional funding so they could expand upon the project and the work that they'd already done. They've showed a great deal of ambition and certainly a lot of capacity to take on such a large project. And this has been demonstrated through the reporting process that we have in place for the program. We require reports mid-year through the program and also end of year, and then a final report. And the reports that we've received to date have been wonderful, incredibly detailed, shows a lot of the engagement that's been happening, and demonstrates their reach that they've had as part of this program. And it was also this additional funding that they received in 2021 where they were able to expand to Cameroon. So also another example where they've been able to expand and show international leadership and partnering. So we're really proud of this, and we're excited to see what happens in the next year and the years to come with the initiative, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Marilyn. You have actually sold us out better than we will sell ourselves. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for how well you have come through for us over the years, through the grants, through the assist, and you were always on hand to make sure that all the details we need to get, especially in our reporting, was provided. We can be more grateful. We want to thank you for taking your time to stay up this early hours in Canada just to participate in this conference. We would also indulge you to wait a little more because we will be going into the Q&A session to all the participants, attendees, as well as the panelists. If you have questions for Ingrid and Marilyn, the Q&A icon is there. Just click on it, not in the chat, the Q&A. You go there and then you ask your question. Just type in your questions. We can't have any voice questioning in this session until we get to the breakout session. So we're waiting to see all the questions pop up for us to proceed. And, thank you again, Marilyn. We are meant to actually continue on the next agenda, but this is Nigeria. We know what is happening next year. There is a national election, and so we were trying so hard to get our hands on our legislatures to help us with talking about laws regarding marine protected areas. They almost came through, but I'm sure in the second edition of this conference, we will have them seated. So we will just skip through that and go straight into the Q&A. And for the Q&A, no other than our hype man and very wonderful anchor, Ben. So Ben, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sofa. Okay, so I'll just get right on to with it. This is the Q&A session, and we have roughly 10 minutes to ask all the questions that we need to ask. So whatever clarification or whatever questions you want to bring to the table, go to the Q&A and send in your questions. Okay, so we have a question from Daniel. Daniel is saying, is it possible to extend the program to Ghana? That's what Daniel is saying. He's asking, is it possible to extend the program to Ghana? So any of the panelists can answer this. And then the second question here is, do you people have a diving boat or diving material? This is from Itaman Peter. Do you people have a diving boat or diving material? Okay, so the floor is open to the panel.
Okay, so if we listen to Marilyn and then Ingrid as well regarding funding and program development, we have to access these funds to be able to reach out to include more locations. Like we said, we had to get an additional funding to be able to extend to Cameroon. And now we have our pilots in Cameroon. We're hoping the expansion will continue from there. Ghana was our initial hub, but we have one organization, I think Chains Afrique. They are currently working on a similar project. So you could look for Chains Afrique. Otherwise, we are also in talks with Chains Afrique and a couple of other international or national governments to see if we can extend. Currently, we're talking with Uganda for an extension of the fishing net gains to Uganda. So you will begin to hear fishing net gains. Uganda, Swaziland, Canada, Europe. We are not limited, and this is becoming a global phenomenon, and that is what we're expanding to. So if you have a way to help us reach out to your governments to establish this communication or this extension, we would love to have that. But yes, we are willing to extend, especially now to the West African countries and further into other African countries and exposed to what's happening, what could happen around the world. And so Marilyn, Ingrid, if you have anything more to add to this, please, we would love to hear your take on this.
I will actually, Emmanuel, thanks. That just raised something that I didn't think to mention during the presentation. So as I had noted, our funding window is closing. We finished funding at the end of March 31st, 2022, but we are very hopeful that we will receive additional funds and we will be able to fund additional projects in the future. So in discussions of partnering and expansion, and it's always a great idea to reach out to Emmanuel and discuss his experiences that he's had with the program to date, and also establish those networks in the event that we do and are able to expand the project and do another call for proposals. So always a great opportunity to kind of network and reach out to Emmanuel, and if you do have interest in following up and expanding work in your area.
Thank you very much, Marilyn. So connect with us, and then we put in together a few logistics and possible bilateral, and we'll be able to start a HubNet location at your place or the Fishing Net Gains project. And our second question says, what can be done to tackle ghost fishing? That is what we'll do. That's what the Fishing Net Gains is one of the solutions. And like I mentioned in my speech, the International Maritime Organization and the United Nations FAO, as Food and Agriculture Organization, are partnering with Norwegian government and the Saudi Arabian government to provide funding and concepts for a marine litter solution. And Ghost Gear is at the top burner. And presently, our solution, the Fishing Net Gains project, is one among the eight solutions proposed by the committee that has designed solutions, global solutions to this issue of ghost fishing. So look out for Fishing Net Gains projects, which I think a journal has been developed and will be published soon by the Glow Litter Partnership. Look them up. and you would get more information on ghost fishing and solutions. So I would still open it up for Ingrid to be able to give us a little highlight to how we can further tackle ghost fishing.
Yeah, I think like I mentioned in my presentation, we have another funding round for our small grants program opening up. So if there's any organizations here on the phone that haven't benefited from a grant from us, especially if they're just starting out with an initiative, please reach out. And also if you're interested in becoming part of the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, then there's always great networking opportunities with other organizations. And also obviously with like-minded NGOs, but also mentorship from people that have helped other organizations in the past with building up their network and the opportunities around projects. And the other thing I was going to highlight is that many of us here on the line met for the first time at 6 IMDC, the 6th International Marine Debris Conference. And there is 7 IMDC happening in September this year. I think it will be PATH virtual and PATH in South Korea. So hopefully we can see many of you there and also connect on other levels and see what co-creation of projects might happen in that forum.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. Thank you very much. I think we will just proceed to the next question because we have to do this within 10 minutes before the next speaker comes on. Itam and Peter wants to know if we have diving boats or diving material. Well, our funding did not extend to these facilities, even though we have bought a set of diving materials. To become a diver, you have to go through a rigorous training, and safety is of the essence. So even if we get the diving materials, we can't use them because we're not divers. But we have the Dive for Data program that engages divers in training and other activities where we're building a concept that would have divers that dive for other purposes dive for ghost gear. We have an expert all the way from the US. His name is Edgardo Ochoa. He's our expert diver and advisor, and we're working on developing a program. And this will see us getting a lot of diving materials and possibly a boat. We have one of our staff here that has wanted us to get a boat for that long. So hopefully Arnie will get his wish, and then we will let you know when our boat comes in. Thank you. And Ms. Kalamai Wongibe from Cameroon wants to know how one can apply with our organization. Just go to our website, it's www.sofainitiative.org. If you want to become a volunteer, you'll see the button there to take you through the process of volunteering. If you would like to work with us, we have openings for positions over the years. And then for now, if you're in Cameroon, our partners there are Environment and Food Foundation, E2F. They are working currently at the Limbe Down Beach. You can look them up online and follow through. You can volunteer with them as well. Thank you. I think our last question I'm not sure, but it looks like, what efforts are in place for workers in this project, considering present insecurity at sea? This is key. This program also addresses other issues, and sea piracy and the challenges that come with people going at sea are some of the things we discuss. So we engage with our stakeholders at the community level, and we're hoping to expand to national level as well. so that we can involve the military and other security agencies that are responsible for keeping the sea safe, and they can give us a better understanding. They were invited for this conference, but I think we didn't reach a good resolution on how they can come in. But I think this our staff, we have security support in different dimensions. We try to make sure that we're safe and secure before we go at sea. And communities that are troubled, we do an evaluation of the risk. If it is high, our funders wouldn't even support. So where there's high risk, we don't go. We make sure that it is safe before we embark on journeys to these communities. We have 2 more minutes, so I will quickly. How can we have a soft copy of the document on how to address problems of ghost fishing? Thank you very much, Daniel Owosu Korateng. We will make this available. You go to our website and I think on our social media platform as well. I think we'll create the PDF document and make this available for you and other people that would want to access to understand what ghost fishing, ghost gear, and related activities are. So thank you very much. Keep the questions coming. We will answer as it goes. But as it is now, we have exhausted the Q&A. We still have another Q&A after the next presentation. So keep your questions coming. We will follow through. It will be my singular honor to introduce our next speaker on marine litter and land-based sources. We work on mostly sea-based and shores, but for the marine litter land-based sources, the proposed plan on addressing it, the Federal Ministry of Environment are top-notch in Nigeria. So the representative is a senior scientific officer in person of Mrs. Yusuf Zainab Kabir. So Mrs. Yusuf Zainab Kabir will help us understand the land-based sources of marine litter. Please put those emoji hands together again as we welcome Mrs. Yusuf Zainab.
Good morning, all. Hello?
Yes, good morning, Ma. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, all. As you earlier said, I'm Yusuf Zainab Kabir from the Federal Ministry of Environment. Well done for all the works. I'm so impressed. At least we are getting there, and we will get there by God's grace. So let me start by saying Nigeria, like many other nations, is faced with these severe environmental problems and marine pollution stemmed from a number of sources, such as petroleum exploration and exploitation, indiscriminate disposal of solid waste, effluent discharge into rivers, disposal of waste from the shipping industry, unwholesome fishing activities. Unwholesome fishing activities, the lost and abandoned fishing gears, amongst others. Next slide, please. Marine litters, as you can all see from the picture, this picture looks so horrible. And we need to do something about it sincerely. So marine litters in seas and ocean has remained a global concern following the increased awareness about blue economy. Blue economy and its derivable benefits. Therefore, it is important that reduction of litters entering the marine body be of great concern to all of us, because it poses threats to everyone, as that marine body, it's so important to us. As someone has said, if we don't work on it, in the next 5 years, we'll start eating plastics, not fishes. Next slide, please. Studies and surveys for suitable approaches and measures aimed at reducing litters going to the marine environment includes policy advice, capacity building, technology cooperation and investment, sensitization, implementation of policies and strategies. Policy advice, capacity building and technology mostly, then sensitization, because you have to sensitize people to know that these and that are not good for our marine environment. Policy advice and strategies too is all are most important for us to like reduce or like avoid litters going to the marine environment in total. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The negative effects of marine litters include, but not limited to, direct short-term public health issues, such as injuries, entanglement of animals in the marine environment, and navigational hazards, water contamination, negative impact on tourism, poor image for the country, low economic activities, disruption of fishing activities, and it affects biodiversity too. And if all these have negative effects, definitely the marine litter, the activities on the marine litter will go wrong. Next slide, please. The measures implemented by the ministry, amongst others, includes the ministry is in collaboration with the United States Industrial Development Organization with support from the Japanese government. They recently carried out studies on available sustainable alternative material to plastic, innovative packaging and recycling technologies that meets market needs in Africa to reduce plastic leakage to the environment. The ministry, also in collaboration with Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, in February 2021, unveiled the National Action Plan on Marine Litter and Plastic. There are community-based solid waste management projects, with plastic recycling plants and pelletizers in various states across the country, just to reduce the plastic litter in the environment. Then the federal government, through Federal Ministry of Environment, is also taking measures to address this menace by strengthening the legal and regulatory framework on plastic waste management. There's the National Plastic Waste Management Policy that was implemented in 2020, promoting circular economy with focus on the 3 R's, the reduce, reuse, and recycle, strengthening capacity of public and private sectors, introducing technologies that will convert plastic waste to useful and valuable materials, baseline assessment of marine and coastal environment in terms of pollution incidences, economic empowerment of residents of coastal communities. Amongst others, there are plenty. I know that my time is a little bit short and I want to touch on others. Please, next slide. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next. This is the present situation, and this is what we intend to achieve. And for us to achieve this, we still have to follow all these measures for us to get here, because this is where we are now, and this is not good for the marine environment. So we need to work on a lot of things, sensitization, policy, implementation, enforcement, for us to get through to this. Next, please. The situation regarding marine litter is improving. However, a lot still needs to be done in the area of awareness, sensitization on proper waste management practices, environmental protection, policy implementation, and enforcement to prevent litters of the marine environment. Our marine environment is a delicate part of our livelihood, and there is need to protect its sustainability. As the saying goes, the environment is no one's property to destroy. It's everyone's responsibility to protect. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kabir. Thank you. We really have been schooled on the sources of land-based plastics. Just to reiterate as well, so we do not limit ourselves when it comes to solutions. We're working on Ghost Gears now, but we are extending our idea. We're giving opportunity for young people in terms of ideas to share what we could possibly do with other plastics. And as I speak with you, we're on to developing a concept called the hub plastics. Since we already have the hub nets, we would want to work on a co-location of plastics. So when we're retrieving or trying to sort issues with nets and we find other plastics, we should be able to collect them as well. So maybe in partnership or in further engagements to expand our projects. Very soon, I'm sure we'll start hearing about the hot plastics. And like I said, we are meaning to engage the Nigerian Ports Authority and other ports authorities to see that there's a replacement of receptacles at our ports for hub nets and hot plastics. So we're open for engagement. Thank you so much. I would like to hand the mic over to Ben. Ben is going to take us through the Q&A. And please, after the Q&A, we will be proceeding for a tea break. So get your coffee or whatever it is that you want to have your break with. But right now, it's over to you, Ben.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sofa. So just a quick one, you know that the Q&A is just 10 minutes. So let's get right to it. The Q&A box is there. Just go there and drop your questions. And then not just your questions, but also add the country you are chatting from so that we know where the questions are coming from, okay? So everyone go to the Q&A box now. If you have any question you want to ask, please go ahead and drop those questions as we read them out for our panelists to address. So just let's go ahead and drop our questions. Okay. Yes. I think I have a question from Victor Bassi here. He said, "Good presentation, Mrs. Yusuf. But why is it that with all the good policies by the Nigerian government to combat marine litter, not much has been done in it actually?" So it's a question, Victor. Victor, you didn't add the country you're chatting from. So please, when you're dropping your questions, do well to add the country you're chatting from as well. Okay. So I would like Mr. Sofa to. Okay. Yeah. I would like
Ben.
Yeah.
And thank you. Like Ben said, please, just for us to understand where the question is coming from and how to approach it, we need you to specify the country that you are chatting from, so we know how to direct your questions. And I see that a couple of people are also asking questions in the chat box. Please look through your icons. You will see a Q&A. Q&A is where the questions and answers are going to be reviewed and answered. So if you have asked a question in the chat box, please, you can further move it to the Q&A so we can focus because everybody's paying attention there now. So Victor Bassi, I think I know Victor Bassi has volunteered with us before, said, "Good presentation, Mrs. Yusuf. But why is it that with all the good policies by the Nigerian government to combat marine litter, not much has been done in actuality?" Mrs. Kabir, this is over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Victor. Actually, we've been on the implementation of the policy since, I think, 2014, thereabout, but it was just approved in 2020, I think about June. So without that, there is a little we can do on like enforcement, because there is no policy on ground, there is no regulation to be like, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that. So our hands were a bit tied, not until when the policy was implemented. That was in 2020. So we expect more to be done now, Mr. Victor. We are still on it, actually. We are giving our best and we hope to improve. So this is actually the situation on ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Kabir. And just to also say, I think Mrs. Kabir is one of the representatives on the National Task Force on the GloLITA partnership. This is an ongoing global solution with national government and concepts. And I think, like she said, they are seriously working to come up with policies and solutions and enforcement. So thank you for responding to that. I think we have a question from Faith Oyewale. Says, hello panel, great thanks for this opportunity. And Faith, obviously from Nigeria, I would love to ask about the plastic hub that was said, how we can join and make an impact. Okay, yes, regarding the hub plastics, like I said, is a concept we are developing at SOFA Initiative. If you want to get involved, go to our website, join our volunteer program, or find a way to get engaged with us. And you might just be involved in the development process. But it's still under the burner right now. We're working on it to see how we can co-locate HubNets and Hub Plastics. Thank you. And I think another question is coming from Mfonfesto Zoriaki. She's asking, how about oil spill from our oil companies, which we know it damage marine life? What can be done to minimize it? Even on local government area, Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. Oh, okay. We had invitations. We invited the IOCs, the international oil companies, to be here to give their take on this multilateral engagement. Last minute, we lost them. So we're hoping on the next conference we would have them around. And then the governments that are responsible for holding them accountable will also be here to address issues. But I think if Mrs. Kabir can throw a little light on this, on oil spill and what the Ministry of Environment is doing, it would be nice.
Good morning once again. For the oil spill, actually, we are the mother ministry. So we have agencies that are really in charge of this. We have the NOSDRA, they are the enforcement agency for oil spillage and all. But nevertheless, the ministry too has its stake in the cleanup of a marine body, just like the one in Ogoni. It's still ongoing and the likes of it. But sincerely, the agency that's NOSDRA are the ones in charge of the oil spill in marines. So I think they will have more light to shed on that question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, let's look up the NOSDRA. NOSDRA is the, I think, Nigerian Oil Spill Development Response Agency, something like that. NOSDRA is clearly responsible for this, and we're sure they should have representatives here. Your question will go further, and we'll further engage them in seeing how we can address this issue. Anago Osho from Badagry wants to know, directing this question to Mrs. Kabir. Thank you for your presentation. What is your ministry doing in collection of plastics? At the HubNet in Badagry, while collecting abandoned fishing nets, we also collect plastics that litter the seashores. So I think we have just suggested the Hub Plastics, but if Mrs. Kabir I think the questions are just coming for you. Please, if you have a little response, please just go ahead.
Yeah, I do. As I said earlier, we've been working on the national plastic policy, and it was just approved in 2020. And 2020 was just like a year that never existed, so to see, because of this COVID-19. But more activities would come up as the implementation of the policy will go on. So I think more of projects and sensitization and more improvement will come in years to come. So thank you for that, Mr. Or is it Mrs.? Sorry, that asked the question. Thank you for your question.
Okay, Mr. Anagosho. Anagosho is one of our HubNet supervisor, and he has raised this issue over and over. And I think it's one of the reasons why we're actually thinking of the hub plastics. So thank you, Anago. We have a question. We have Dr. Terry Cook, all the way from the United States. And he says, when will the SOFA initiative begin operating a division in the US? Dr. Terry Cook. So I think this is a huge invitation, and we would love to start those engagements. Like I said, the Fishing Net Gains project is now a global phenomenon. And so as long as we can engage and collaborate, we will be working to resolving this global issue. Thank you, Dr. Terry. I think we have 1 more minute. I'm just going to ask these 2 questions and then we proceed to the tea break. The first coming from Effium Antai. She's asking all the way from Calabar, Nigeria. Does the federal ministry have a contingency plan in place that takes cognizance of the dispersal nature of marine litter? That's question 1 from Professor, I beg your pardon, Professor Effium Antia. And the second one coming from Atim Okoko. Dr. Okoko from Nigeria is asking, marine litter, like other litters, are attitudinal challenges. Can SOFA streamline attitudinal orientation to her programs? So Mrs. Kabir, you will take the question from Professor Effium, and then I'll respond to the last one, then we go for our tea break. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Prof. Contingency plan. I wouldn't say there is one, I wouldn't say there is none, but as I said earlier, the policy, is an upcoming policy. It was just implemented. So sincerely, activities are just following now. So I think with time, we would come to that aspect of a contingency plan for marine litter. I hope I answered you, or if you want me to elaborate on that, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Kabir, initially when you started, you were not so politically correct, but I think now maybe you're getting the kicks. Yes, I understand these issues, have like a whole lot of bureaucratic process, and so sometimes you can't confirm or deny certain things. Thank you for your answer. I think we're on to working to resolve this both nationally and globally. So Dr. Okoko, marine litter, yes, attitudinal change. Like I said, if you were around when I was giving my speech, the concept behind what we do is called attitudinal change towards the environment. So that is where we're focusing on. That's why our project at the communities is an integrated one, where we first engage the community on the concept of the idea of what we're trying to put out, and then get the community to accept and imbibe in the culture, and thereafter continue as the program goes on until they are strong enough to hold it up for themselves as an integrated project. So yes, the basis for all our project is attitudinal change. We want this to be better as we proceed. For it's our baseline, I would say, and we're working so hard to make sure that attitudinal change is at the core of our values. So thank you, Doctor. So I think I'll pass the mic to Ben. Please, let's keep our questions coming. Ben will take us straight into the tea break.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sofa. And thank you to all our participants. I must say that this has been a very engaging audience, and it's something that we were anticipating from the very beginning. And you guys have been very cooperative, and I really want to thank all of you. It's been amazing. We've learned quite a lot. And just before we go for the short break, I want you to, I just want to let you know that the short break is, we're going to go for a short break of 15 minutes. So it's going to be a 15-minute break, and you could take tea, you could just relax or do something, but make sure that you come back in 15 minutes. We are not going anywhere. We are right here waiting for you to be back, and the conference continues in 15 minutes. So, but we are live on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. You can go check us out on any of these platforms. We're streaming live. And then you can also share this with your friends and get them to be here by the time we return in 15 minutes. So on that note, we're going to take 15 minutes break, and we'll be back after 15 minutes. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience, and we're looking forward to have you back here. So let's take some time out to have the break.
And quickly also, just for us to be sure that you're following, either you're enjoying this conference or you're not understanding or you have challenges, please give us ones and zeros. One being a thumbs up for a good conference, you're enjoying or following it, and then zero, we hope not to get any zeros for any challenges you have, whether you're not understanding the whole conference. So you can go back to your chat box and give us ones and zeros as we go straight into the tea breaks. So this will help us prepare for the next presentation. Thank you.
The main goal of setting up the Fishing Hub Net, which collects end-of-life fishing nets, is to create useful and valuable items from something regarded as waste. These valuable items can be sold by the women in the community that has attended our fishing net craft workshop so that they can create another stream of income for themselves. We have come a long way. The first item we created was a waste bin. Then we came up with processes to make ropes, pools, and pom-poms from gill nets that were used to make mats, floor mats, baskets, home decor items, and other products. The cast nets were used to make school bags. We further evolved into weaving the fishing nets using the local loom machine. This loom machine, along with the nets, produced the strong woven fabric which we use to make handbags, slippers, and shoes. Now, this is our latest creation, the sneakers. We have produced the low end, medium end, and high end of these products to serve everyone from all walks of life. We intend to sell the shoes as we are developing a business model canvas for sales and distribution. Do you know that ghost gears are the most harmful type of marine debris? Do you know that abandoned fishing gears in the ocean trap thousands of aquatic organisms and continue to do so long after the gear is lost or discarded in the ocean? Do you also realize that irresponsible disposal of plastic waste litters the ocean and causes severe injuries and death to marine animals? And at least 14 million tons of plastic end up in the ocean every year. Sadly, communities around the coastal line who depend solely on fishing are affected by marine pollution, and most of them cannot sustain their daily livelihood. As part of tackling the issues associated with ghost fishing, SOFA Initiative is organizing a virtual conference themed Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022, Collaborations for Sustainable Fisheries and Oceans in Africa. Our goal is to initiate collaboration between the relevant stakeholders involved in the operation, enforcement of rules and regulations within the marine environment in Nigeria as a microcosm of the African coast to create awareness and resolutions that tackle ghost fishing challenges. Our key stakeholders and partners include divers, fishers, maritime and environmental management sector in Nigeria, federal and state government, environmental NGOs, oil companies, artisanal fishermen, fishing community leaders, trawling companies, academia, etc. Our international partners are Global Ghost Gear Initiative, Triple GI, Ocean Conservancy, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, DFO Canada. Keynote speakers include Mr. Emmanuel Sofa, Executive Director, SOFA Initiative, Ingrid Giskis, Chairperson, Triple GI, Marilyn Sweet, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, DFO Canada, among others. Register now for the virtual conference. Date 16th and 17th of February 2022. Time 10 a.m. West African time. We will be live on Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. The registration link is www.sulfurinitiative.org/FNGC/register. Don't miss out. Do you know that ghost gears are the most harmful type of marine debris? Do you know that abandoned fishing gears in the ocean trap thousands of aquatic organisms and continue to do so long after the gear is lost or discarded in the ocean? Do you also realize that irresponsible disposal of plastic waste litters the ocean and causes severe injuries and death to marine animals? And at least 14 million tons of plastic end up in the ocean every year. Sadly, communities around the coastal line who depend solely on fishing are affected by marine pollution, and most of them cannot sustain their daily livelihood. As part of tackling the issues associated with ghost fishing, SOFA Initiative is organizing a virtual conference themed Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022, Collaborations for Sustainable Fisheries and Oceans in Africa. Our goal is to initiate collaboration between the relevant stakeholders involved in the operation, enforcement of rules and regulations within the marine environment in Nigeria as a microcosm of the African coast to create awareness and resolutions.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay, it's good to be back here, relaxed, and for some people, maybe they had tea. Some, I don't know, maybe they just went to do something else just to ease themselves a bit. But welcome, and we are so excited that we are back. And already from those who joined us from the beginning, we've been having talks and engaging time here, and we've learned quite a lot from all the speakers and the panelists that we've had so far. And interestingly, we still have a lot more in store for you. Like, we have amazing speakers that will be taking a few more sessions for today, and we would love each and every one of us to be fully engaging, like fully here with us, as we engage and carry on the several activities that we have in our agenda. Okay, so just by way of recap, I would like us to try a question, more like a quick recap for everyone, to see if we can still engage with some of the things that we've discussed here so far. So it's going to be very easy. So I would like everyone to engage. The question is simple. It's going to be displayed for you right now. And the question is, fishing nets are the only example of lost, abandoned, or otherwise discarded fishing gears. So that's the question is displayed for you on the screen. So just pick an answer, whether you go for true or false, either of the two, true or false. Fishing nets are the only example of abandoned, lost, or otherwise discarded fishing gears. So let's go, everyone. Just go pick an answer. Engage. You have time up. All right. Okay, so we're gonna have that answer displayed for us. The result of okay, so 5% went for true, and 5%, 95% went for false. And the fishing nets are the only example of abandoned or otherwise discarded fishing gears. The answer is false, and we have 95% of the people here who got it correct. Okay, so that means we are still on the right track. It means that people are following, people are understanding what we are doing. And for the 5%, we encourage you to stay in and just stay put. As the event keeps unfolding, you would get to understand some of these concepts and also learn from our speakers. Okay, so I think without much ado, I would like us to move to the next sessions. And I would like to invite Mr. Emmanuel Sofa to please introduce our next guest.
Thank you. Welcome back from the tea break. This is the Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022, ably hosted and coordinated by Standout for Environment Restoration under the funding and sponsorship of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada under the Ghost Gear funding. We have had a session up until the tea break with 3 presenters, in person of Marilyn Sweets from Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Ingrid Giskis from Global Ghost Gear Initiative, GGI, and Mrs. Kabir from the Federal Ministry of Environment, Nigeria. And so to proceed into the next phase of this conference, I would like to call on the my co-moderator, my fellow director and project manager of the Fishing Net Gains project. He has been Colossus, volunteered for years without a dime until we grew up to become an organization, and he has never failed us for once. So put your emoji hands together as I introduce my partner in this business, Joshua Nathaniel.
Thank you very much, the able Executive Director of Super Initiative. And I'd like to appreciate every attendee and panelist at this conference. Without you, we wouldn't be here. So I'll welcome you all back to this second session of this conference. And our next speaker will be talking on overfishing and sustainable fishing techniques, fish processing, and empowerment of women. And for this topic, I would like to invite Mrs. Hafsat Abdullah, an official with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Department of Fisheries. Is she on? Okay. I think Mrs. Hafsat is yet to be back from the break.
Okay, Mr. Joshua, I think while we wait for our speaker to come, I would like those who actually had questions and maybe concerns or things that they needed to clarify, you can go ahead and drop that question in the Q&A box, and then we'll see if some of our panelists can give answers to those questions while we wait for our speaker to get online right now. So please, can you go to the Q&A, ask a question? If there are questions you want to ask from the previous sessions that we've had, please go ahead and drop it on the Q&A box, and then we'll see if we can address them before the next speaker comes on board. And once we see our guest, we will hand over the floor to her to speak. Okay. So I think there's a question here. Okay. I think our guest is online now. So I'd like to go back to Mr. Joshua for the introduction.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. The second speaker under that topic I read earlier, overfishing and sustainable fishing techniques, fish processing and empowerment of women, is Mr. Lambert Ibe. So he is on now, and I would like to hear him talk about these fishing techniques. What are sustainable fishing techniques, and what are the concerns for women empowerment in the fisheries sector? Welcome, Mr. Lambert.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lambert Ibe, retired Assistant Director of Fisheries, Federal Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture, Nigeria. I'm to talk about what the Fisheries Cooperative Federation of Nigeria Limited is doing to mitigate the impacts of overfishing and ghost fishing in Nigeria, and also by extension, also the sustainable fishing practices, and also women empowerment in the fisheries. Now, I have to be as brief as possible what is it? What is the Fisheries Cooperative Federation of Nigeria Limited? It is an apex organization of all fisheries cooperative societies in Nigeria. And and it is basically a business organization. And there is no doubt that overfishing is a major impediment to fish production in Nigeria. It is highly destructive of the fish resources, takes away fish of all ages and sizes, and therefore, and in the long run can lead to the entire collapse of a fisheries. So it's a very serious problem to fish production anywhere in the world, not just in Nigeria. When you now put in context that what we are talking about here as a cooperative, we deal majorly with artisanal fishers. I mean, those who fish with canoes, boats, and all that in artisanal fishing communities. They're responsible for about 80% of fish production in Nigeria. So you can see why this aspect is very, 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 very serious. When because people overfish, when you have more number of fishers than the resource available, when you have more number of gears and crabs than the resource available on a particular water body. So over time, they will take away everything that is in that water, and then nothing will be left. What you now have is that a situation where people migrate, leave the fishing communities for the cities and all that. Of course, you can see the impact. Also, it has very serious impact on food security. Because fish with Nigeria account for over 40% of the daily animal protein intake of an average Nigerian. So when that sector that controls 80% of fish production is destroyed, it has a devastating impact on food security, on job creation, and other aspects. And women play a very significant role in artisanal fishing, because they're the one that handle fish processing and marketing. When now you have a situation in which their means of livelihood is destroyed, of course, you see most of them will go out of job, and their family suffers at the end of the day. So overfishing is a major impediment to fish production. It's a major impediment to food security and nutrition. It's a major impediment to job creation and income generation at the community level. That is that. Now, so what is the Fisheries Cooperative Federation doing to prevent overfishing and to empower and to ensure that sustainable fishing practices are used, and to ensure and empower women in fishing communities? Number one, the Federation is always engaged on advocacy campaigns. We really, in partnership with relevant ministry, departments, and agencies, and other stakeholders in the fisheries value chain, so that to raise awareness, to make people understand the need to ensure that the resources available in our waters are not taken away by the present generation. Remember, fishery resources is the common property of man. This generation have no right to take it away. So we have every right to protect it, to preserve it for incoming generations. So that is advocacy, that is the awareness raising campaigns that the Federation carries on along with relevant government agencies. like the Federal Department of Fisheries, like all the state ministries of fish, agriculture and natural resources, all research institutes, and other NGOs in the fisheries value chain. So that's important. One of those campaigns ensure to prevent the use of obnoxious fishing methods. People use chemicals like gamalin to pour into the water to take away everything that is in that water, kill them completely. People use unapproved fishing gears, gears of very small mesh sizes. The law recommends a gear of 3 millimeters as a standard. But if you go for most of our fishing communities, you see people using something of the size of mosquito nets. So the implication is that you take away everything, including the fingerlings, the juveniles, and everything at the same time. There's also another situation in our community, in fishing communities, where traditional rulers sell fishing, claim natural fish ponds as part of their possessions. And at the end of the day, sell these natural ponds to fish merchants who now use all manner of techniques to take away everything that is in that pond. This is the advocacy thing the Federation is embarked upon in partnership with the relevant stakeholders. That is that. Talking about women, one of the ways we try to empower women is ensure that they have access to credit. And, as all cooperative societies in Nigeria seem to operate with the Bank of Agriculture, because that's where you get microcredit at affordable prices. So that's what to ensure that they have affordable credit to buy fish, to process, to replace to replace their processing facilities and all that, acquire no skills, constructive skills on their own. So issue of credit, access to credit is key to women empowerment. We also organize training programs for women, for rural women in artisanal fishing. We also do that. For those women that live in urban areas, the Federation tries to, goes ahead to promote homestead fish farming using tanks and all that, so that apart from meeting their family fish needs, they also have surplus to sell to increase their income. Now, regarding what the Federation has to do on a global level is to, increase the resilience of fishing communities. We do this by promoting community-based fish management committees, so that the fishermen themselves can run these organizations to be able to police the resources, to make sure that their members operate within the limits of the law and all that. And regarding communities whose fisheries have been depleted and all that, we try to provide alternative source of feed production through smallholder cage fish farming and all that. And one of the reasons fishing communities, suffer, economic losses is because of high incidence of post-harvest fish losses. So that the Federation, from time to time, try to introduce technologies to reduce post-harvest fish losses, increase value addition, so that when you smoke your fish and keep it, you can sell it even when you are not fishing, especially during the the peak of the rainy season, there is no fishing activities going on. You now go to what you have processed during the period of high production and sell it to have, to sustain your families, yourself, and all that. So in all this, what is most critical for us as a federation is this advocacy and enlightenment, because people must be aware that the resources we have do not belong to this generation alone. It's a common property of the present and future generation. We have every reason to protect it. Secondly, these community-based fisheries management committees, we want to make sure put the issue of fisheries management in the hands of the communities, in the hands of fishers themselves, so that if any member is doing something that is obnoxious in the fishing community, they will sanction them. And also we engage the community to make sure that the laws are strengthened. Enforcement mechanisms are also strengthened and all that. Like I said, alternative source of fish production, because it's not enough to tell people to stop fishing, because they must survive. You must tell them alternative ways of remaining in business. And therefore we lay very strong emphasis on smallholder cage aquaculture. So that is what we do as a federation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lambert.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there's really a lot.
Hello.
Coming from you, and we are looking forward to hear more of that in the breakout session as well. How you all keep your questions for Mr. Lambert concerning everything he has discussed thus far, and also concerning the topic, Mrs. Hajia Hafsat, I would like to, in 2 minutes, add a few recommendations to that. Welcome, Mrs. Hafsat.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone here. It's a pleasure being part of this conference. I'm very sorry for the. Yes, you can.
Hello. Yes,
I'm very sorry for the little hitch.
Okay.
So I'm Mrs. Abdullah Hafsat from the Federal Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Yes.
And we'll be discussing overfishing, its impact, and control measures. Federal Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture. Overfishing, its impact, and
Bodies.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So really, even from, go to the next slide there, you can see fishermen, from the picture here, you can see some fishermen dragging from the water body a net filled with so much fish. That's the catch. They are happy. They've caught a lot of fish from the water body, and they are going to make a brisk business. So to introduction, the number of overfish stocks globally has tripled in half a century. And today, fully 1/3 of the world's access fisheries are pushed far beyond their biological limits. According to FAO, this overfishing is mostly tied to bycatch. According to FAO, this overfishing is mostly tied to bycatch. And bycatch is the capture of unwanted, untargeted sea life Like the fishermen with their vessel, they go into the high sea to catch herring. And along the line, they catch along with them other species of fishes which they did not actually intend to catch. And those other fish that are caught are what is referred to as bycatch. They are not the targeted species. So you discover the process of bringing them out of the water and later returning them or not returning depletes the water system, the water body of that particular stock of fish. And this actually affects the aquatic environment seriously. Because a lot of fish, a lot of marine life that is not needed outside is being wasted as they are brought out from the water body. Also, the damage that is being done by this overfishing not only affects the water, the marine environment, it also affects the human beings, because that aquatic environment, the act of fishing is a source of a livelihood to those people that take part in it. The fishermen, they get their source of livelihood from there. At the same time, the fish that is caught is pushed into the market for people to benefit from as a source of protein. As we all know, fish is one of the cheapest source of protein, easily accessible and cheap for human consumption, as it contains a very good amino acid that are good for the body system. Please, next slide. As you can see from the picture here, this is a vessel in the high sea using its trawl. It's trolling net. It's a drag trawl. It's using it to scoop a lot of fish. As you can see, if you look at it very, you see the quantity of fish, the large amount of fish within that is being captured within that net. In this fish, this capture here, you have different species of fish. Both some will be endangered species, some are species that are exotic, you understand, and some are endemic to that particular environment that have been protected, that the system does not want to be wasted. But at the end of the day, when these fishermen with the vessel in the high sea, when they scoop out this large quantity of fish, most times they don't sort. Even at the end of the day, when they just take the ones they are interested in, the remaining ones are thrown back into the water system, dead. And as they go into the aquatic environment, they go there as pollutants, because most times they are already dead, so they cannot benefit the system there anymore. Rather, they cause a kind of pollution and destabilizes the environment. Next slide, please. Now, overfishing. Overfishing is when fish are caught than the population can replace. That is, you take out more fish from the water body than the water body can replace through natural reproduction. That is basically what overfishing is all about. When you scoop out more than can be replaced at a time. In bringing out your targeted fish species, you bring out other species along with it, some undersized, the size that you need, the table size, you take those ones along with juveniles. At the end of the day, you discover the ones to reproduce are short. We are short of the reproductive, the ones that can reproduce more fish, they've been moved out from the water. The juveniles that are supposed to grow up to maturity for you to fish on next time, they are no longer there to grow. So you discover when you come back next time to fish, you will not have enough fish to catch from the water body. Though it is fun or it is fulfilling when as a fisherman you go into the high sea to fish and you have your harvest is very large, you are happy because you have enough to sell and you boost your income. Many people will have a different variety of fish to eat, but at the same time, there is another side to it. It is affecting the source. The stock of those fish you are taking out is being depleted. We are not thinking of tomorrow, what we can get from there when we get there, go back there to fish tomorrow or in the years to come. So you discover this thing causes an imbalance within the water system, as well as not just the water system now, it also affects the humans that are feeding on this fish. By the time we come, they will not have a good fish to feed on anymore. So that's basically that is what overfishing is all about. When the process of in the process of catching that fish, the targeted species are taken, the untargeted species are taken, affecting the species balance within the water body. That is one side. Also, the type of gears that are used to bring out this fish, like the bottom trawlers, they distort the environment, the marine environment, by stripping off the necessary flora and fauna within the system. Also, that affects the environment of the water body. And as a circle, the circle it is. Okay. Go to the next slide, please. Let's hasten up. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide, please. Hello, move on to the next slide. Go to the next slide. So the technological advancement, because we have very large vessels now, and we have a technology to sit down far within the water body, we can fish much. Also, the increase in population, people are growing, the population of people is growing, so many mouths to feed. Because of that now, we now go out to fish more than the water can actually tolerate. We take out too much. Also, the fishermen, the people that are involved in the fishing activity, they tend not to follow the regulations that are laid down by the government. The governing bodies actually have regulations in place, but the stakeholders don't follow this, they don't keep to the regulations, and that drastically affects the aquatic environment. The illegal IUU, that is the illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, they just go there and fish anyhow. And also subsidies on fisheries. So how can this overfishing be curbed? I think that's the basic thing now, because the impact is not funny at all. It's not interesting. The water body wildlife there is declining. Essential predators like the endangered species, talk of the whales, the cetaceans that have been protected, they get caught along the line as these things as fish are being caught, and that affects the balance in the ecosystem there. It also contributes to climate change. Fish stock is declining. We can't have enough fish to harvest again. From statistics, even from our Nigerian statistics, we discover our capture. Our capture for some time now is declining because we don't have enough fish in the water body again, and it's as a result of this overfishing and use of obnoxious fishing method. So, as per control measures, the fishermen and stakeholders should try to adhere to the rules and regulations. Cash shares, allocation of quota can also help, because when we have a good database of the fishing companies as well as the artisanal fishermen, we can allocate quotas to different companies and the individuals, cooperative organizations, let them know the amount they can catch at certain time. Closed season and open season. Shorter open season, that is season for them to fish, and then we allocate quotas to them that they use to fish along. That one can also help to restore the fish stock within the water system. We have the practice of preserve the areas. Marine protected areas, yes, areas that shouldn't be fished in. Such areas, the government will mark them out, and the stakeholders will be made to abide by the rules and not go there to fish. So basically, when all these things are adhered to, they will help greatly to control the issue of overfishing. And also, we as human beings, we should reduce our taste bud. Let us go for smaller fishes and not just be looking for the big fish out there. Because those fish that are big, their lifespan is very long. They don't reproduce as fast as the other ones. So when they are taken out of the water body constantly, you won't have anyone to eat again, because before another generation comes, before another one is reproduced to boost the aquatic environment, to discover there will be a large gap. We don't have enough of such a fish to feed on. So I think basically those are the things that can help us to control the issue of overfishing. Adherence to rules and regulations, awareness creation amongst the fishermen, the stakeholders. They should be made to understand the essence, why they should abide by the rules that are laid down by the government to protect our water bodies, why they should use sustainable fishing techniques, adhere by the mesh size that is given to them, They should fish only during the open season and not during the closed season. Use approved modes of fishing, not using trawlers that will scoop the whole seabed of its content. Rather, they should include some BRD, that's bycatch reduction devices, and tag, so that they can control what they take out of the water body. And the federal government of Nigeria is trying its best to enforce these things. Currently, the Sea Fisheries Act is being reviewed, and there is in the House of Assembly awaiting a passing, so that it will be enacted and passed into law. Most of these things are included because the one we are using is quite obsolete. It's 1992, so many new things have come that need to be put into show for the stakeholders to take note of. So I think.
Thank you very much.
Hafsat.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. And like I said earlier, this will be further discussed and broken down in the breakout sessions. And for everyone who is listening in, please continue to write down your questions for the Q&A session. And yes, the next speaker will be talking on ship-based marine plastics and IUUF, illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing. His name is Mr. Mark Dennis Igbo. He's the Assistant Director of Marine Environment Management at NIMASA. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be part of this program. And I bring you greetings from the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, and from our Director General in particular. Yes, I'll be talking about the marine litter issues from the maritime perspective. The truth about it is nations are waking up now, because the prediction by Ellen MacArthur is almost coming to the fulfillment, and so nations are coming together, and that's why so far is bringing us together today to discuss on this issue that affects all of us. In fact, that is threatening sustainable societies, the issue of marine litter. Please, let's go to the next slide, slide 3, please. Okay, let's look at Nigerian profile, maritime profile. Nigeria is a nation with a population of over 170 million people, 853 kilometers of coastline, 200 exclusive nautical miles of exclusive economic zone. We also have 6 major ports, with 3 new deep sea ports coming up, and 8 littoral states, the states that have land boundary with ocean, and 2 more are claiming to be, are trying to, for the judiciary to come into that number too. That's why we said about 10 major littoral states, and 170 jetties. So all these things are being said to let us realize the magnitude of the potential of Nigeria to generate much of marine litter, and more so our 853 kilometer coastline is highly indented. Next slide, please. Okay. in order to save time, because some of these things are known, let's go to slide 10. Slide 10. Yes, go on.
Okay, I think the speaker has some network friction at his end. So Ben will keep up with the engagement.
Yeah, while we wait for our speaker to reconnect, I would like to just get some feedbacks from you. How do you feel so far? What do you think? What's your own input so far from the discourse? What are the issues that you think is most important to you? Like from all the issues that have been raised so far during this conference. Of course, you know that one of the objectives of this event is we're trying to create the awareness about ghost gears and its impact on the African coast, as well as also to improve the livelihood of the coastal communities along the coast of West Africa. So we have several African countries represented here. So whatever you think it's the key issues, just go to the chat box and just type in the chat box maybe a particular issue that was raised that is of great concern to you and your region. You can just type it there. Let's know what really you think about those issues. Okay. And then for some of us that are joining in, because I know during the presentation, most people came online. This is the Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022. So we welcome you. For those who are just joining us now, okay, you're welcome to the Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022. And like I've already told you, we are live on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. You can check out our handles, you know, and then connect with us. And even here, while you're here, you can connect with the fellow other participants in the chat box. You can just introduce yourself and where you're chatting from and connect with someone, you know, just by way of chatting, you can connect with someone here. Okay, so I think our guest is back online now. So I will hand over to Joshua as he continues.
Thank you very much, Ben. So the Deputy Head of Marine Environment Management at NIMASA was talking about international illegal or imported and regulated fishing. And yes, that was the topic he was discussing on before he had to experience a network glitch. Mr. McDennis, please, are you on now? Okay, I think he's still trying to get back on. All right, so getting to welcome the new attendees just joining us. This is Fishing Net Games West Africa Conference, themed the Marine Data and the African Coast Conference 2022, Collaborations for Sustainable Fisheries and Oceans. And we've had speakers from Australia, Canada, and also Nigeria, and other attendees globally. So for those of us just coming, we are trying to, forge an active step to addressing the issue of marine plastics, especially goods gear in the African coast. This is to help us address the number 14 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which affects every part of human life as far as the marine environment is concerned. And please, I would like you all to listen and participate with keen interest because there is so much to learn. And I want us all to, after listening to all the presenters, have in mind that you'll be contributing your quota in the breakout session as much as the Q&A sessions as well. So I would like to entertain some questions now for a few minutes before our speaker is able to complete his presentation. So if you have any questions for either Mrs. Hafsat or Mrs. Zainab, can talk to us about it in the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Okay, so like Mr. Josh said, if you have any questions, just go to the Q&A box. The Q&A icon is right on your Zoom platform. So just go click on it and then the question and the country you're chatting from. Okay, so just go to the Q&A box right now. Okay, we're waiting for your questions. I want to see you type. People are not typing. Go to the Q&A box and just ask your question. Okay, what I'm going to do is if I don't see any question, I'm going to ask you a question. Yes, and I'll ask you. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we have a couple of questions here that have been asked earlier. I think I'll just read a few of them and then we'll see how some of our panelists can give answers to them. So let me just move quickly to the question we have here. There is a question from Stanley Madubuke from Nigeria, Lagos. He said, what about the wreck on the sea that caused trapping of nets and other things? What do you do? That's the question from Stanley. So Mr. Josh, I don't know if you want to give an answer to this.
Yes, the shipwreck is also a very serious concern as far as marine litter, especially goods gear, is a challenge. That's because when we talk about marine litter from ship-based sources, we also refer to shipwrecks. For instance, the onboard users of these ships, generate plastic waste within the ship. And in an event where you have, a sea incident that results in shipwreck, you have all of these marine, this plastic waste go down with the ship. And the immediate impact on fishing gear happens because it is now an obstacle. And when fishers cast their nets around where there is a shipwreck unknowingly, this traps this fishing gear. And in the process, this fishing gear is lost. And when that becomes lost, you now have the obvious impacts or consequences of ghost fishing. And so to address the issue of shipwreck as per marine litter, there is a whole lot of research that has to be done, a whole lot of surveys, which brings us back to the Dive for Data workshop that SOFA Initiative has been organizing throughout the course of the Fishing Net Gains project. And by that, we are trying to bring together these divers, for whatever reason you dive for, if you have it in mind to, look out for certain flashpoints, like where you find lots of shipwreck and you report this to the relevant authorities. This data being generated will help to inform best strategies to addressing these issues. So I think collaboration is still the way forward. And in that regard, there is need for deliberate research and survey of the waterbed to better understand the impact of the shipwreck as it has to do with marine litter, especially ghost gears. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Josh. I think there's another question here from Fawn, Festus, and Nisola. I think the two of them asked almost a similar question. So I'll do a merger of these two questions. Fawn said, our sea is not safe for fishing anymore because of the sea pirate. Please, we need the federal government to intervene, Ibono local government, Akwa Ibom state. And then James says, I live in Costain community, Delta State. My question is, how can fishermen be protected from pirates? As I write to you now, there is a report of a pirate going on between Delta and Ondo field right now. So I think Mr. Sofa should address this question. So Mr. Sofa.
Okay. Regarding sea piracy, I think I mentioned earlier that we are presently trying to engage with relevant security apparatus in this regard. And even though we know there's a lot of security being carried out now on our seas, we have the Marine Police, and then we have like the Joint Task Force of the Navy and other security operatives that are patrolling and making sure that this challenge is at least reduced minimally. And I'm sure the federal government is doing something in that regard. We are not privy to any information for now, but as soon as we're able to get security operatives to give us an insight, I think we should be well to notify anybody that will be interested in this information. And so what's the second question again, Ben? Ben, you're on mute.
Okay, the second question was almost similar to the first. Mr. James said there is an invasion of pirates at Delta State currently. So I was trying to find out what your organization is doing to help resolve this issue.
Okay, thank you. We are not in any way connected to security of the sea. We are just providing opportunities for coastal communities to increase or improve their livelihood while saving the oceans of ghost gear. We're doing this by engaging these communities. But yes, welfare of these communities also are concerns when we go to engage. Whatever issues are raised, we take it forward. So we have actually raised up these issues with some security operatives. Like we know how the security people operate, they won't give you direct information in this regard. But we are sure of the Marine Police and other, like the Navy, and are working tirelessly to make sure that our seas are safe. So I think if you have, for those people around the coastal communities, there are accesses to these security operatives. And if there's anything that's been observed at sea, I think it can be reported to the authorities, and they will do well to take actions going forward. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I think we have Mr. McDennis back online.
Okay.
So yes, please, I would appeal to everyone. We should be patient while we appeal to everyone to be patient while Mr. Dennis concludes his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joshua. I'm glad to join you back. Like we said, the issue of marine litter is something that concerns all of us, and I'm glad we are doing justice to it through this program. I want us to look at straight to the sources of marine litter from the sea base, because I'm sure that the Ministry of Environment, Nigeria, have discussed about the land-based sources. So I want to go straight to the sea-based sources. Of course, a lot of litter still comes from the dumping of garbage at sea from vessels and platforms. And we have MAPO, International Maritime Organization Convention, MAPO 378, that has 6 annexes. Annex 5 specifically deals with the issue of garbage from vessels and platforms. And there are provisions that any vessel from 100 tonnage GT are expected to have waste receptacles and waste management plans. And our port state and flag state officers go to check all these for enforcement purposes. This is on a regular basis. And I believe that one is doing something, but it's not yet doing enough. We also have the case of abandoned fiberglass boats. Like somebody mentioned, some of these are abandoned. If you go to our coastal communities, you find them by the water shorelines, and you realize that this also constitutes marine litters. And we are looking at that in collaboration with the state ministries of environment and the coastal state ministries of environment and the state governments, especially the littoral states, as the states that have land boundary with the ocean. And the issue of ghost fishing gear, we have discussed it extensively in this platform this day. But all I want to say about it is we are in touch with the Federal Department of Fisheries, one of them spoke earlier, and with the Nigerian Trawlers Association. You know that the issue of deceptive reportage of fish catch and all those activities is still there. So we are dealing with trawler owners and to ensure that all those activities stop. And we have engaged with FDF to make sure that there won't be any form of leakage from their side. So that we're doing to make sure that we tackle the issue of unreported fishing. So we're bringing in regulation in that area. So our mandate as a maritime administration, is derived from international conventions to which Nigeria is party and the national legislations. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, the International Convention on the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, like the MAPO that I mentioned, the Annex 4 specificities on garbage. Then the London Protocol, 1996, which provision borders on the prevention of marine pollution from dumping of waste and other matter at sea. You see, we are talking about the issue of enlightenment. That is what we're using in that respect. Next slide, please. Because we get in touch with the coastal communities to enlighten them, give them waste receptacles, and educate them to ensure that they know how to fight back these litters and even how to manage their waste coming out from their states, coastal states and the interior communities. So we give them all the waste receptacles, waste management tools. And then we have also engaged with NPA, Nigerian Ports Authority, to ensure that there's adequate provision of port reception facilities. As an administration, it is also our responsibility to provide offshore reception facilities. And we have recently engaged 2 vendors that will be responsible for offshore waste reception facilities. All the waste streams of MAPOL annexes will be handled. Of course, especially that of Annex 5, which we are treating garbage. So we have inspected all these vendors to make sure that they have sufficient equipment and facilities to handle this area, to make sure that ship-generated waste are minimized. Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide. Because we have realized that despite all the efforts to come or minimize ship-generated waste, we still have, leakage from that side. So we're Victoria States were engaged because we believe in preventive approach to marital problem. So the youths and volunteers that were paid. Allowances to ensure that the
Okay, yes, apparently he's still struggling with his network signal. So please, I would like to call on the next speaker. I've seen some questions rolling in. Please be patient. We will soon be in the Q&A session to address all your concerns. So I would like to call on the next speaker, Mrs. Inumo, the Director of Climate Change and Awareness, Kebbi State Ministry. Hello.
Hello. Can I continue, Daniel?
Okay.
Joshua?
Okay. It seems your network signal is very, very bad. So I was about calling in the next speaker, but we can extend for another 2 minutes for you to just wrap up before the next speaker comes in.
Okay, so we have engaged these maritime marshals who are cleaning, and then we also do annual cleanup and awareness campaigns marine litter. You can see one of those shown on screen. And then we also have launched marine litter action plan. This action plan was launched, developed in governance. We have engaged with them, and then we have launched that. And then in September 2020, we also inaugurated the task force that will drive the implementation of the action plan. And while we were discussing, somebody made mention of the piracy. And I want to tell you that the agency and President Nimasa have come up with an act with the National Assembly that's already approved, and we have been implementing SPOMO Act, Suppression of Piracy and other criminal activities. That through that act, we've been able to arrest and convict up to 10 criminals, offenders, or pirates at sea. And it surprised me that somebody said pirates are still operating. We have acquired a lot of equipment, and we have trained both Navy, Police, Army, Air Force, and they're all working together towards the eradication of piracy. So it's either there's a gap in information dissemination or something else. So in order to still fight this issue of marine litter, where the Nigerian Maritime Administration is collaborating with NGOs like SOFA and other community-based organizations to ensure that sensitization takes place, even among school children. We try to catch them young by making sure that we go to schools and enlighten them on marine litter disposal. Okay, the way forward, like I said, we're facing with NITOA and FDF, and we're also trying to make sure that we promote circular economy from this linear economy that we're already practicing, that is not helping us. And of course, you know that will mean still adequate management of waste at the upland and the provision of recycling facilities. These are the things that will make it possible for us to transit from linear to a circular economy. And we are working together with the various groups to make sure that that is possible. So marine litter is pervasive and scale, and we look at it and we said, come, we have to join with other governments and administrations of the world to, under UNIA, to come up with a global instrument that will address this problem. Because no matter how much each nation does or tries about this issue, even regional efforts will not be enough. It is only a global, legally binding instrument that will be able to address the problem of marine litter. In conclusion, the impact of marine litter on biodiversity, habitats, economy, health, and safety have become a global threat. And our maritime administration approach to it is mostly preventive and involving the engagement of both producers, consumers, and all sectors of the ocean governance. However, like I said earlier, the national efforts cannot be enough. And so we believe in a collaborative approach rather than fragmented and ineffective system. This will be the only game changer for the marine litter problem or challenge, global challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Igbodenis. A wonderful presentation. Please keep it up with us. I'm sure there will be more questions for you under the Q&A session coming up after the next presentation. And our presenter, the next one, will be talking on ship-based marine plastics and port reception facilities. Her name is Dr. Inumo, Director of Climate Change and Awareness, Akwa Ibom State Ministry of Environment. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon once again. I'll be speaking on ship-based marine plastics and port reception facilities. Here with me also is my colleague, Dr. Mrs. Mfonuwa. We are both from the Ministry of Environment. Ours is not going to be much of a lecture, but we would like to ginger the drive to enact positive engagement concerning ship-based plastic litter. From the last presentation made by Mr. McDennis, it is encouraging to learn or hear that there are onshore facilities reception for ships, because the 1972 convention says that ship waste must be collected at port facilities. And so the port is a very important instrument when it comes to the shipping sector. I want to also believe that we have shipfarers participating with us. Now, when we want to talk about plastics, I'm not going to do a lot of definitions, because many of our presenters have defined plastics, what they are, and the dangers of plastic pollution, the impacts. But just a recap for those who are just joining us. Marine pollution basically is anthropogenic driven. That means it is caused by man. And so it is dangerous. It erodes the ecosystem. We are losing a lot. This is just a picture of what is seen. This is a light picture. If you want to really picture it, it's devastating and very alarming. So the plastics in terms of size is basically divided into two. We have the mega plastics and we have the micro plastics. The microplastics are very dangerous because we find out that marine animals, aquatic animals, ingest them. The big ones, the mega plastics, cause a lot of havoc in terms of reducing oxygen demand of the waters. And when the oxygen demand is reduced, we have a lot of carbon also in the waters, which is going to predispose us to more of climate change issues. What are the impacts of plastics? We're talking about from the ships. It has been realized that ships dispose of a lot of plastics at sea. And the danger mostly is because sea pollution is not localized. It's like air pollution. Have air pollution starting from a particular area and dissipating to other areas. That is how dangerous sea pollution is. It cannot really be localized. And secondly, it is difficult to track footprints of plastic pollutions from ships. The other impact that we will have from plastics is also the economy. People have mentioned it. It devalues the aesthetics of the seas and in turn reduces the potentials of ecotourism. It is putting a lot of pressure on our biodiversity hotspots also, which in turn is making us lose resources. But I want to also look at the laws. Do we have laws? Do we have conventions? Do we have treaties? And the answer is yes, we do have those laws to back us, laws to fight against pollution of plastic waste by ships. But are those laws being implemented strongly? Are there penalties being meted out to the offenders? We have the 1972 convention, we have the 1998 convention, international convention. and so many others. But most recently, we've had the 2021 International Maritime Organization strategy, which lists that we need to reduce marine plastic litter, the generation and the retrieval. We need to improve port reception and facilities. And like I said earlier, it's quite encouraging that Mr. McDennis mentioned this, and it's a very encouraging word from NIMASA. The 2021 strategy also says that people need to understand the impact, and that goes back to awareness that he said. At every point, there must be awareness, there must be engagement, there must be sensitization. There must be sensitization. There must be technical collaboration and cooperation. There must be capacity building. We have seen the problem. We are here to chart the way forward. And what is the way forward? Effective implementation of our legislations. Let us hold those responsible tightly. Let us talk about it. And I appreciate what SOFA is putting up here today, because this is an engagement. He's trying to get us to think out of the box. He's trying to get us to own up to our responsibilities. Everybody has a role to play. Everybody is responsible. We cannot sit back and say, it doesn't concern me. It will concern each and every one of us in one way or the other. So I want to just list out one or two ways forward. One, increase partnership. I'm happy that SOFA is also involved in the United Nations Low Litter Partnership Project. It's something that a lot of NGOs, I believe there are other NGOs participating with us today. NGOs should key in, other NGOs should key in to this project and take ownership of our seas. I want to say that for the seafarers, ship owners, the shipping lines, NIMASA, there should be mandatory marking of fishing gears, because that has become a problem. Are the gears identified? These gears should be identified. They should be marked in case these gears are lost at sea. Who do we trace them to? It needs to be tracked. It needs to be followed up. Shipfarers must take ownership and responsibility of the seas. They need to take ownership of the seas. It is their livelihood. And so if something goes wrong, they lose out too. So they must take ownership. There must be engagement of marine environmental groups. There must be reducing and recycling possible. Not all it can also be done at sea. And there must be funding. Yes, money is required, so there must be funding. Funding from the Federal Ministry of Environment, funding from state ministries of environment, funding from other stakeholders. And I want to take this at the last. Sensitization, sensitization, sensitization. We cannot over-sensitize, but we need to have a way to reach the people in the shipping industry, the shipping sector, the sailors, the cleaners, everyone on board in that sector needs to be sensitized. Trainings can be done while they're on land. The brief time that they birth on land, you can have sensitization, 10 minutes sensitization talks with them. And I would like to conclude there, waiting for your questions and answers. But I want to say that the environment is ours. Let's protect it together. The change starts with me. And so as we think globally, let's also act locally. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you very much, Dr. Inyumo, for that precise presentation. And so we'll be going into the Q&A session right now. And please, I would like to appeal to all the panelists and attendees alike. I would like to keep to time so as to make sure that everyone is carried along and the objective for today is achieved. Thank you very much. The Executive Director of Initiative wants to speak. Can I have the floor, sir?
Thank you very much, Joshua. Mrs. Inumo, at a very short notice, you were able to put this together. We're really, really grateful. And I think you pulled it off really well. Thank you. Mr. Dennis McDennis Igbo is still, I can see you're still there. There's a couple of questions for you, but I have this to ask. You mentioned the receptacles that are provided by NIMASA to the ports as well as coastal communities. I want to ask if you are aware of the HubNet, what it entails, and what the possibility of imbibing that culture, where you're not just collecting the waste, but information necessary, and also engaging in the process of useful repurposing of this waste material.
Thank you, Sasofa. Truly, the receptacles are distributed to the coastal communities, and we monitor them through the marine litter marshals. Those are indigenous youths in those coastal communities, that we have engaged as maritime marshals. So they monitor the use of those receptacles, link up with the state ministries of waste management disposal agencies to make sure they are disposed adequately, and also they link up with recycling plants in those locations. So a lot of things, is monitored that way through the maritime marshals. And then for the ports, the reception facilities, we did not buy it. It's the responsibility of MPA to produce ports, provide port reception facilities. So they do that. Our role is to ensure, to inspect them as the regulator, to ensure that they have adequate provision. It's available for each of the waste streams on MAPO, and it's also adequate. So, and because of that, we also do a quarterly inspection of port reception facilities for all the ports in Nigeria. And again, somebody mentioned that Dr. Ini mentioned about the seafarers. Part of the seafarers are the Nigerian Association of Maritime Workers. They also approached us, and we engaged some of them as volunteers, maritime volunteers. So it's not only the local, but also the maritime workers are engaged so that the areas where they not see or reach these maritime workers who traverse length and breadth of the water daily will be able to address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McDennis. I guess I have to ask the question directly again. So, NIMASA was one of our core organizations when we were building our projects, especially the collection center, which is what you provide with the receptacles. I just want to know if you're aware of our HubNet facility. And if you are you open, is NIMASA open for a collaboration for us to properly set up these receptacle centers at the ports and the coastal communities because for the 5 locations that we have our HubNets, our statistics has shown remarkable value for these installations. So I want to just know what NIMASA is, if NIMASA is considering this kind of opportunity. Mr. McDennis, I don't know if you heard my question. Mr. Ibo, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, I just want to confirm if you heard my question.
No, I didn't. I was network interruption.
Oh, sorry. So I say again, I want to ask if you are aware of our HubNet facility, which is located in 5 communities, coastal communities in Nigeria, and 1 in Cameroon at Limbe. And the product of this facility, because this is meant to replace the receptacles that just collect and probably further engages other, other systems in the recycling angle. So I just want to know if NIMASA is willing to engage. Yes, if they are aware.
Yes, we are
willing to engage.
Aware. So far, your people will tell you that they've been to us, and we've allowed them to make presentation, and we are discussing with them, and that's why they were able to reach out to us. They are already partnered with SOFA. So it is not a question of being aware. We're already partnered with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Joshua, please take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Manuel Sofa. Thank you, Mr. McDennis. So this Q&A session, yeah, we are going to address some of the questions that have come in. And like I said earlier, please let's try and stick to the answers so we can meet up with time. We have other presenters who are waiting to make their presentations as well. So the question was directed to Mr. Lambert. And it says, the points you raised about women's participation in the fisheries value chain are sensible enough to warrant real life experiments. On transferring the sanctioning of herring fishers from the federal government to local authorities, what is currently being done about that? This is from Victor Bassi, Nigeria.
I mean, the role of women's rights?
Yes, let me take the question again. Yeah, he said, the points you raised about women's participation in the fisheries value chain are sensible enough to warrant real-life experiments. On transferring the sanctions of herring fishers from the federal government to local authorities, what is currently being done about that?
Number one, we are not transferring the responsibilities of the federal government to local authorities, because the local government has the statutory mandates to make laws and policies to regulate the fishery industry. But what we are saying that there should be, because the word is community-based, co-management between the local people, the fishers themselves, and government. Remember, government is there in the state capital, in Abuja and all that. But the people who are the primary users of these resources, who are at the grassroots, have a role to take ownership of their resources. Like we are talking, somebody talked about the role of the military, the police, marine police. That's important. But that in its own cannot guarantee security in that sector. You still need actionable intelligence from the resource users, this time the fishers, the fish processors, fish marketers, with the service providers who live and reside in those communities. That is why the Fisheries Cooperative Federation of Nigeria Limited is out to achieve. How does the local community, the fishermen themselves, how will they work with the government to police the fishery resources. These plastics that are dumped, they are dumped by human beings. And some of them pass through this local community we're talking about. What is the role of the fishing community in preventing the dumping of these refuse in their water bodies? So we are not saying the local government, government, federal, state, or local government should hands off. There should be some form of collaboration. That is what we are proposing. So that. And as for women, women remain a critical link in the fisheries value chain. They are the one that take care of their families. So if you empower them, you empower their families. So that's why I was saying that emphasis should be placed more on what happens to the millions of people that depend on these water bodies. Remember, you are talking about 11 the states, about 50 million people involved in the fisheries value chain. And in those littoral states, we can kind of have up to 6 million people that depend on the resource. Whatever you do there, whether it happens at the high sea, whether it happens, whether it happens at the EEZ, whether it happens at our territorial waters, whether it happens at the non-trawling zone, it impacts directly on the local people. So that's why I'm saying, I was even about to say it. We have been talking so much about plastic litter, which is important, but at the end of the day, it still comes back to the fishermen, to the fishermen that depend on those water borders for their livelihoods. So it is issue of partnership and collaboration between government and the people. And that's why I'm proposing community-based fisheries management committees. If we have functional community-based fisheries management committee, it will even help to combat whatever you have, the illegal, unreported, or unregulated fishing. Because at the end of the day, the fish they catch from the high sea is sold at the shore. So that is why we need a very resilient communities that can take ownership of the management of the resources of the fishing resources in collaboration with government and stakeholders. So okay, that is what I mean there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert. Thank you for that response. I'm sure we are getting these needed answers as we forge ahead. So I think we'll just take one more question in the Q&A before we call our next presenter to speak. So this question is directed at Dr. Inyumo, and it says, what is the ministry doing to check the activities of those oil platforms and ships that are killing aquatic life with their waste? That is from Mfon Festus.
A very engaging question indeed. I would like to at least thank him for asking such a question, because it would appear as if the ministry is not doing anything. But the ministry has had a marine coastal zone management committee that periodically monitors the pollution level of our coastal environment. I want to say here that, you know, when it comes to monitoring platforms, you need to operate within the ambient of the law. You just cannot go and bombard someone's platform. But to do that, the ministry has been engaging with oil companies. Once in a while, we have our stakeholders engagement meetings when they were directly under us. Now there's a Ministry of Energy, Petroleum and Energy. So now that aspect is out. So we are still collaborating with Ministry of Petroleum to still keep tabs on them. So I want to mention here that it is not only ships, platforms that are killing or impacting negatively on aquatic life. We also have people who are using the beaches, and they clean up from beaches based on individuals depositing waste on the beaches that they use is quite massive. So like I said, and I want to say again, it's not just a ministry thing. Everybody must participate. Everybody must be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Dr. Nyumo. My apologies if I didn't read out your question, but we are trying our best to make sure that you get all the responses you deserve. Some of these questions are being answered via text. So just follow us on the Q&A session. It's either your question is read out or we text the response to you. Whichever way, you still have the breakout session to air your opinion. So I'll be calling on our next presenter to speak on marine protected areas and ghost gears, research challenges and opportunities. His name is Mr. Ben Ebenwu, and he's the Chief Research Officer, Fisheries Resources Department at Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research. So you're welcome, you can have the floor.
How did it make the
Hello, Mr. Ben Ebenwu, can you hear me? Mr. Ben. Okay, I think, okay, he's on. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Hello.
Can hear you.
Actually, I think there's a mix-up. I've been off for some time, so I tried to reconnect. And there's a mix-up because there are two topics there. And I'm supposed to come with a colleague who is to take the second part. So I had the part on research on marine plastics with focal point on ghost gear, challenges and opportunities. So I don't know, it seems, are you hearing me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead and make your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I think much has been said about the marine litter and plastic pollution worldwide. And presently, research on marine plastics and ghost gear coming together is a good one. So I want to appreciate SOFA. I've not been in contact with them, but this ghost gear is one of the things that touched my mind. Am I sharing from here or you are sharing from there? Hello? Hello?
So I was sharing from here. Just tell us to, whatever slide you want, just say. We're controlling it from here, your slides.
Okay. I thought, so you can go to the next slide. You can go to the next slide. Yes, actually, Ebon Benjamin. I'm the Director of Fishing Technology and Safety. I'm also a member of the Marine Litter Task Force, and I have much interest in pollution in any aspect. But being a scientist in this department, it touched my heart when we say plastic, 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 because there are other pollutants everywhere, debris. And some of the things that end up as debris, that is a problem to the fisher flocks, especially the commercial industrial fishing, is this loss of gear. So plastic pollution is globally true, and it requires immediate action, not talking. We have talked so much. And it is said that that gear is said, the loss of gear is detrimental to the fisherman, to the commercial fishers. But this fishing gear loss is not the greatest part of pollution, of plastic pollution or debris in the sea. It's just 10% of marine debris. So when we talk about it, we want to project it as higher than other plastic. No, but it has a great consequence on the fishermen, on the whether commercial, whether local. So ghost nets or ghost fishing, as the implication may be, is very, very a troublesome thing to some of us because there's no much research input. It is damn difficult to get the fishermen to actually give you, especially the trawlers, to give you the exact load of plastics or the loss of their net. So it's a great economic loss to some of them, but they will not want to tell you what and what it is. Now let's go to the next slide. Yes, if you look at ghost gear all over the world, you'll see that we all need to come together. Whether fisheries and ocean managers, government policy and implementers, we all need to come together because it's a very serious matter, especially when you look at the IUU of 18. These illegal or reported fishers are the real ones because many a times they have trouble in meeting up with the laws. They just want to catch up a fish and go. So in such a time when there's a chase or they see that they are to be apprehended, the next thing is that they can dump their nets and just let it go so that they will not be apprehended. Severe weather also causes loss of nets. Fishing gear is a very expensive thing, and severe weather is one of the things that cause loss of gear. Then the other one is simple wear and tear. In Nigeria, for example, in my department here, we have a material testing lab. But I'm telling you, there's no law that compels the trawler owners to come and do tests there. There's no law. So because of it, many information is lost. They can do what they like. That is the truth, despite the fact that Federal Department of Fisheries is also trying to police them from every side. So the challenge there now is, at times, like the IUU has said, they can dump their nets because they don't want to be apprehended. There's entanglement, there's wreckage due to installation of some communication cables and all that at sea. Then natural incidents like wave and bad weather, like I've said, and some that go to unprofessional fishing, unprofessional attitude, wanting to fish at near shore. And because of that, they get to wreckage. And we have other industries also that, like aquaculture facilities, though that is not yet common with us. Next slide. Then if you look at it, we have variation in fishing gear types. And the loss depends on the type of gear, the construction. Gill net, yes, can be lost, especially the drift type. Stone net can be lost, yes, because it's dragged. Pike net is set.
and loss is minimal. Then we have the set net. Loss is also minimal, except where there's interaction with trawler owners and all that, as the case may be. Then we have traps. Traps can be lost, but it may not be serious problem because you can retrieve them individually. Let's go to the next slide. Then when it comes to trawl, the loss of one trawl is economical loss to the nation, because a trawl can cost up to 15 million if you want to construct a commercial trawl with all the gadgets. So there's no fisherman or a commercial fisherman that will like to lose his trawl. Let's go to the next slide. So researchers have work to do. In all these challenges, researchers, the seafood businessmen that want to export our fish and shrimps, the gear manufacturers, which is already near zero in Nigeria, they just bring everything and dump on us. The fishing organization like NITUA and FISON, all these bodies need to also come together to ensure that we don't just allow people to cause obstacle in the ocean, thereby killing some of our marine mammals and all that in case of this ghost gear. Fishery managers and regulators must also sit up, including the researchers. But if it's not funded, research is not funded, then what do you think will happen? Then the NGOs, we should not just talk about the cleaning of the beach and use to make other things. We should also make sure that our advocacy is strong in such a way. I have a scenario. I supervised a student who did her project at Orimedu in Lagos here. And what I saw, though, is I didn't put it here now. If I'm sharing, I could have showed it. You see that she was able to teach them and educate them, telling them so that she'll be able to collect her data, how they should keep their net and all that. And if you go to that place, both at Orimedu Beach, you see both the central, the east and the west zone where she collected her data. The people arrange their nets very well. If there's any net that is not usable again, they pack them together. But I know so far I've not reached there. So we see that we all need to work together in order to ensure that this ghost gear is reduced. Next. How can we prevent it? I've already said it. Serious awareness, education. I think some time ago, I saw in Cameroon that they even go to the class during break to teach students on fisheries, especially on aquaculture. We should do that type of thing. Teaching students in schools on how they should take care of the fishing nets of their parents and they themselves. Then we must also make sure that we collaborate. Our collaboration is weak, generally in Nigeria. If I tell NITUA that we want to monitor their nets now, before you know, I may be receiving warning here and there. Can we track their nets? We support. There must be a synergy in these things that we do. We are just doing it like individuals, so we don't easily move forward. Those are some of my concerns. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Good. So if you look at it, what is the solution? The solution can be technological, and then we'll add our innovation. We can prevention of IUU. I think about 2 weeks ago, the Chinese government arrested, that is, they canceled the registration of some of their fishing companies because of IUU. We in Nigeria, we have to do more. Then we have the VMS system now in Federal Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture. That is a good one. We can use this VMS to also do what is called tracking. We track the fishing vessels, know their location. If they also report the loss of their gear, then we can easily recover. Then we can also do tagging and coding. Tagging and coding, this type of thing, I don't know how we are going to do it in Nigeria. So that means NGOs must come up with some advocacy so that all these organizations can easily do what? Give us the leeway to be able to tag their nets. Then we can trace it using the VMS and the location, their GPS location for where they fish throughout their fishing. And if they're able to report it sincerely, we can then go forward to do some recovery. And that who we do the recovery? Is it NIMASA? Is it FDF? Who? You see in Nigeria, everywhere is open. We can come together to do something. Then there should be some diving and underwater technology for visual application to be used in such a way that we can easily locate these ghost nets where they are based on the fishing activity of the commercial trawlers. Then the removal and the recycling is a good one that so far is already doing some of all this craft. But we can go forward to find a way of utilizing these recovered waste nets. For example, in India, they have gone to the extent of using plastic to make their tar road in rural areas. And they, with little support, they are able to do it in some of those places. And then we don't even have manufacturing companies in Nigeria that manufacture it. Everything is imported, not tested. We don't know the strength. We don't have any information on all that. So we see that research needs to be supported to test some of all these imported nets that come into Nigeria. Next slide. Well, I am not sharing myself. I could have showed you some of those pictures at Orimedu, where this student was able to help the fishermen to be able to keep their nets very well. I can also still forward it to SOFA because what you are doing, I like it so much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin, for that presentation. You have a lot of information we would like to get from you. Thank you so much. I'll be calling on our next speaker. He's going to be talking on sustainable approach to addressing illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. His name is Mr. Edgardo Ochoa. He's the Global Marine and Diving Safety Officer at Conservation International. Welcome, Mr. Edgardo.
Thanks, Joshua. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay,
you're
perfect.
On. Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, and Emmanuel for inviting me. I'm super happy and excited to be here, sharing with all of you. My name is Edgardo Ochoa. I'm the Diving Safety Officer for Conservation International. And they asked me to talk about the sustainable approach to addressing illegal and unregulated, unreported fishing. Let me go to my next slide. First of all, I want to say that illegal fishing is probably the main source of problems we have. The illegal fishing trigger all the other problems we have on this. So it's very important that we actually address this in some way. Illegal fishing threats basically marine ecosystems. This is because we don't respect closings, we don't respect the marine protected areas, and the use of illegal and unregulated fishing gear is the main problem. This has been addressed in previous presentation, and I really enjoyed the previous one with Dr. Benjamin. It was an amazing presentation. All this illegal fishing affects basically the food security for coastal communities, the way they receive their income. All this is part of the problem we have with the illegal fishing. Let's see if I... That not only affect these communities and the fishing stocks, but undermine the efforts of different countries and the regional efforts to manage the fish stocks, the fish production, and that have a direct impact on the income and the food security and nutrition for coastal communities. I just learned that Nigeria have 170 million people, and 3% of that population is in the coastal zone. So that affects all this. Because the illegality of this abandoned fishing gear, when they get abandoned or discarded, is not reported. And that's the other problem we have. So solutions are many, not easy. The first one is the identification, detection, and tracking of vessels and gear. This technology is not available yet for everybody, and it's expensive. So the main question here for us is looking for something more organic, more easy, more feasible for us to do. So what we can do? First of all, I think we need to understand the connectivity. Most of the populations in your country, in Nigeria, but it's also in the rest of the world, don't live in the coastal community. However, every action we take or not take on these areas also affect the coastal communities, affect the fishing stocks, affects this illegal fishing. So we need to understand this connectivity. We need to understand that the way that we consume seafood or fish affects the ocean. We need to understand this connectivity and see that every action have some other actions, negative or positive, on the ocean. So I want you to, all the people in this conference is aware of this. All the people understand the problem. So let's expand our inner circle. If we ask in this conference, who wants to protect the oceans, I'm sure the answer will be all of us wants to protect the ocean. However, we need to go and convince and explain to other people about this. We need to expand this knowledge. We need to ask other people to join our efforts. And it's not a single effort. It's a little efforts made a big wave on this. So I invite you to go and talk to different communities, talk on the different schools, and with your neighbors, with your family, basically your inner circle, and explain about this problem. Make this visible. One of the problems is that the people, especially the ones who live inland, not close to the coastal areas, they don't know about these problems. So our task, our goal is to solve this problem, sharing this information with as much as people as possible. I like to say that we usually, when people ask me what we do on this, I want to say that we solve problems that the people don't know they have. We are the ones who need to make this problem visible and explain. And one of the things is, with every action, we need to start reporting. It's super important that we need to report, post, and act. We have so many ways now to share this information. We can put it on formal reports, report to the authorities, but we also have the power of the social media. Just put it there and tag organization like SOFARE, and make this problem visible for everybody. Now, this is a short presentation. It's just my approach to this is to share information, share with as much people as possible. You have any questions? I don't know, Joshua, you will have time.
Oh, okay. Yes, there will be time for questions and answers. And I would like to thank you for that very brief but highly detailed presentation there. And we're looking forward to having you two in the breakout session for others who would have a thing or two to say about your presentation and diving. Thank you very much, Mr. Edgardo Chua, joining us from Washington, DC. So I'll be calling on our next presenter to, in 10 minutes or less, talk to us about plastics and inland water channels, inland fishing and goods gears. I'm inviting Engineer Daniel Ogbe, Deputy General Manager, Marine, National Inland Water Authority, Nigeria. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
You can hear me
we can
very
hear
well.
you. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Obe, Inland Waterways. We are looking at the role of national inland waterways in the control of pollution along the Nigerian waters. And from all we have been discussing, you can find that everything is coming down to the inland waters, or coming from the land to the inland waters. And NIWA has that responsibility by the Act to keep the water clean and to protect the environment through the activities, through our activities. And while we are trying to do this, we look at the available resources available to us to do this work, you know. And one thing we do is that we carry out clearing of the debris on the water from time to time. At least 1 or 2 times in a year, we do this. And just like you know, the water hazard clearing is something that we do mostly on the inland waterways. And among this, we have the floating plastics and other debris on the water that are cleared along. While we do this, we encounter some challenges, especially the dumping site and how these things are to be disposed. They are the major challenges we are having, especially the application of technology in disposal of plastic materials. You know, we are actually lacking in this area of disposal because recycling is one of the major problems we are having here, and then sorting out this the sorting of the materials to have the plastic and then the water hazard and the rest of them will also contribute as one of the major challenges. But what we try to do mostly this day is that we get the dump site and some of these things are moved there. What we can burn, we burn. What we can bury, we bury. And we also want to say that to get the locals involved, we acquire some machineries for this clearing. But as you know, definitely what we have on board, what we have on the water has to be transported from the water to land for proper disposal. And here we engage the locals in this transportation. Currently, NIWA is trying to partner with some companies to see how we can employ some interceptors of these plastic materials on the water. But as you know, bureaucracy in government activities, this has to undergo some processes whereby if the interceptor is on the water, we need other equipment to get these things transferred from the water to the land. And this may involve the use of forklifts, cranes on barges, where this thing can be lifted from the water to the facilities ashore. And then the transportation from maybe from the waterfront down to the dumping site. You know, those are things online for us to do. And that is what we do actually, but we are not there yet. We have challenges in this area. And we look for partnership with stakeholders. Like WAMA their services can come in for us when we collect these things from the water, and they can help us dispose it properly at the dump site where this thing can be well sorted. So that the plastic will go to where it can be recycled, and what needs to be buried, and what needs to be incinerated can be incinerated at the right time. So this is the area we have the constraints. Going through process of approval to get fund out is a major thing. And this actually caused some kind of delays in execution of this project. It will be fine if we can have support from other organizations or whatever, UN or whatever, or IMO, whoever can give support to NIWA in the area of finance. Because what we are talking about here is that you can have the equipment on the water to harvest some of these things, but working on land or transporting this thing through land to the place of disposal, it's another cost on its own, which may involve external personnel, operators, and then the area of dump and all these things are very important. And this is where the costs come in. So through this one, we now look at where we can get someone or organization that can partner with NIWA to get some of this area sorted out. But one thing we look at also is the wash from the land to the water. You know, when the wash from the land has some of these plastics and all these other debris floating into the water and causing all this obstruction in the water to moving boats, the aquatic animals, and all these things. We think that the collaboration between NIWA and the land-based organization like Ministry of Environment is very important to ensure that what is being transferred from land to the inland waterways is well managed to limit or reduce the amount of pollution coming to the inland waterways. We carry out a solution with the locals to ensure that on board boats, waste bins are being carried on board to ensure that things are not dumped in the water indiscriminately. And whenever they get to the right place, that is in the port or at a jetty, these things needs to be properly dislodged ashore. And this we do encourage. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me, please? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you, sir.
So I want to confirm that I'm in touch with you because I don't know if you are really hearing me. Now that you have confirmed that.
Yes, I dropped a message on your chat. Please, you could just quickly look at that.
Okay. Oh, my chat.
Okay, so you could just wrap it up in 1 minute so we can yes,
all right.
keep to.
So actually, that is just what we want to say. Sensitivity is very important. We try to let people know that these things, people need to be aware of their environment and stop dumping things that are not important on the water, in the water. And we thank you all for this exposure and awareness that you have created. It's good that this should be synergized within the organization so that we can work together to fight against this menace. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Engineer Daniel, for that presentation. And I'm calling our next speaker, who will in just 3 minutes talk to us about gear conflicts. His name is Mr. Paul Opwama, Deputy Director and Head, Marine Fisheries Resources Monitoring, Control and Surveillance, Federal Department of Fisheries under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. So you can have the floor. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to talk about gear conflict as it relates to the industrial fisheries and the artisanal fishermen. The Department of Fisheries have been saddled with the responsibility of arbitrating between the industrial fisheries conflicts and the artisanal fishermen. The Department of Fisheries is authorized, according to law, to ensure that fishing is done responsibly. And to this effect, the fishing laws and its regulations are equally implemented for sustainability. The Nigerian fisheries resource is blessed. As you all know, we have a coastline of about 852 kilometers and a continental shelf of providing both pelagic and demersal fisheries. And we, according to law, we have the first 5 nautical miles reserved for breeding and nursery grounds for artisanal fishermen, and which is also designated as a non-running zone. And of course, we have the 200 nautical miles that is for Nigeria fisheries. Now, the mandate of the Department of Fisheries is to enforce fisheries laws and regulations, and also conflict resolution, and that is arbitration. The mandate also equally involves access control and the quality control and insurance of health certificates for export of fishery products outside the country, and also development of infrastructure and policy formulations. Now, if we talk about gear conflicts, as the intensity of the use of the marine environment has increased, definitely there are occurrences of fishing gear conflicts at local level as they do occur. Gear conflict can both be within and between fleet sector, and it's not conducive to the aim of ensuring fisheries are well managed. It is an incident at sea involving one or more fishing vessels, in which case one vessel or its gear come in contact with another vessel, or a gear of another vessel, and as a result, there is a loss and damage of fishing gear or its catch. There are some processes and forms of gear conflict resolution that the department engages in, as provided for in the Sea Fisheries Regulation Section 15 of the Sea Fisheries Act 17 of 1992. The Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture is empowered to arbitrate in a captain belonging to a fishing company and an artisanal fisherman occasioned by damage to the artisanal fisherman's net through his vessel. This is a very occurring in the Sea Fisheries Act. The Department of Fisheries arbitrates when there is a conflict between the industrial fishermen and the artisanal fishermen. Several efforts. Okay, the decision of the Department of Fisheries on the matters of disputes shall be binding on all parties to the dispute, except when the suit is filed in court, either by party within 7 days of the decision. several efforts to resolve the conflict of marine and fisheries utilization commonly use are non-court disputes resolution, such as negotiation and mediation. And when we talk about negotiation, it is one of the efforts to resolve conflicts or disputes. And then it's also, when it is fully implemented, both parties involved in the conflict are on the basis of a win-and-win solution. And judicially, the results of the negotiation are binding. The determination of the negotiation depending on the good faith and will of the parties involved in the conflict. And the negotiation is one form of communication. It allows people to express their opinion and interest with the existing problem in the area. We talk about mediation, which is also a form of process in the GIA conflict resolution. It's an attempt to resolve the conflict or disputes in the management of fisheries and marine resources through the assistance of the mediator, which is the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture, to meet the resolution form agreed by parties involved in the conflict. Mediation can also be the conflict operators. When with the agreement, then the violating party will occupy punishment form of one, and the operating license of the is revoked by the competent authority. Party also shall bear the loss suffered by the injured party, and also further prosecuted under the applicable law. And if you look at the conflict resolution over the years, you could see that there is the conflict between the artisanal and the industrial fisheries has reduced. Although in some areas like 2019 and 2020, it increases. But for 2021 and 2020, we had only one conflict. This shows that there is ample collaborations and between the artisanal fishermen and industrial fisheries. Thank you very much. This day I have to stop because of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Okpoma, for that quick and precise presentation. And at this point, we are going to just respond to a few questions. I would like to appeal to all the panelists to look at the questions that are directed at them and respond via text. Ben can talk to our attendees about the breakout session as we are about to embark on a 20-minute break.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joshua. And I want to say a big thank you to all the panelists and all the participants. So far, it has been an amazing, amazing event. You know, so much has been discussed. And I wouldn't I agree more than to say that the environment is no one's property to destroy. It's everyone's responsibility to protect. You know, it's a powerful quote, and that's why this conference is here to be able to raise resolutions that will guide policy recommendations, regulations, and standards. You know, and it's been amazing. So. Very quickly, while the Q&A is ongoing, we will be breaking into different rooms or different groups after the long break. So, but I want to explain how it's going to be. Now, we are going to drop a link on the chat box, okay? And then everyone is expected to click on that link and it will take you right straight to the breakout rooms. So once we are back from the long break, which is supposed to be for 30 minutes, everyone is expected to click on the link, link on the chat box displayed. We're going to display it on the screen for everyone to be able to click, and it will take you straight to the breakout rooms. And in those breakout rooms, you will see different rooms with different topics. So you are expected to click on a topic of choice, the one that you would like to be part of. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. Now, if you're just joining in now, this is the Fishing Net Gains West Africa Conference 2020 with the theme Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022, collaborations for sustainable fisheries and oceans in Africa. Okay, so we've had a couple of speakers, and it's been amazing. So we are live on social media. This event is streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. So just in case you're just joining in and you were not able to catch up with all the discourse, you can always go to the social media platforms to update yourself with all the things that were discussed here. Okay, so on that note, I would like to ask all the panelists to please respond to the questions that is being addressed to you, because if you go to the Q&A, most of the participants have asked direct questions to some of our panelists. So just go type in the answers, and the ones that we cannot give direct answers, we'll read it out and then you get to talk about it. But so far, I would like to call Joshua to say one thing or two before we go for our long break. So Joshua.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you for that explanation. I hope we all understand the procedures to get into the breakout rooms. As I call on the next person to speak, my apologies, really. We are really behind schedule, and I want to appeal to everyone to bear with us. Yeah, one of the reasons we arranged this conference is because we wanted to reach out to the stakeholders at the higher level and bring them in close proximity with the fisher. And in that regard, we have someone who is going to be speaking very briefly on behalf of the artisanal fishers. His name is Aye Bakurob, and he's going to be talking on behalf of fishermen. So welcome, Aye. Okay, Tari, are you online? Can you hear me? Okay, I think the speaker would have to talk to us tomorrow because of time. I think he's having a network glitch. Mr. Sofa, you want to say something?
Yes, I thank you everyone for staying on to the Marine Litter and the African Coast Conference 2022, collaborations for sustainable fisheries and oceans in Africa. As we proceed to the breakout session, we will have literally lunch break. We know that a lot of us have stayed back with us till this time, and so we need a little time to probably refresh, stretch our legs, and then come back. Before we go, let's look at the topic that's been flashed on the screen, and then see what is going to be relevant for what we want to discuss. Let's be aware that in these rooms, we can have verbal conversation. We will have moderators that are going to be in the room to guide in our conversations. So if you're interested in marine protected areas, Ghost Gear diving, fishing and women empowerment, sustainable fishing gears and techniques, Ghost Gear plastic waste and plastic waste management, project partnership and collaboration, please pick one of these rooms. There's a directive to click the link on the chat box to join the room. So you go to the chat box, this is below your screen. You see the link. This link is provided and it will take you straight to the different rooms. On reaching that room, you will have to pick one of these topics to get into engaging, whether you want to type your comments, questions, or you want to voice. All the deliberations are going to be open to you. So with that, if Joshua does not have any more to say, I think we will just proceed for our lunch break. Our lunch break, as we would have it, would have to be 20 minutes. So we can come back and wrap up with the breakout sessions. Once again, welcome to the Marine, LITA, and the African Coast Conference 2022. So this is the opportunity for collaborations, and so let the conversations continue. Besides the panelists, now the attendees have the opportunity to voice their opinions. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
All right. Hello, everyone. Yeah, welcome back from the break. We actually went on a 30-minute break, and some of us went to have lunch, and some just went to stretch a bit. So now, please, we are moving straight to the breakout session. Everybody is expected to click on the link on the chat box. So to be able to get into the various breakout rooms, we have several breakout rooms for you. We've had engaging content from the beginning of this conference. So right now, we want to get more engagement from the breakout room. So we are all expected to join a room. So I can see we still have some participants here on the webinar. So we would like you to move straight to the breakout rooms. When you click on the link at the chat box, it will ask you whether you want to leave this room, leave this conference. So you say yes, and when you do that, it's going to take you to the breakout room. So please click on the link on the chat box and move to your breakout room. Okay, in the breakout session, we're going to have different rooms, a room of 6, and these 6 rooms have several stakeholders and moderator that will coordinate the affairs of that room. So please, let's get there and begin to engage. Okay, it's time to engage. It's time for you to begin to share some of the things that you want to talk about from the conference and from all the discourse that we've had. So please, let's just go. Let's go. Cassiobu, you said, can I get the specific link for the sustainable fishing gears and techniques? Yes, you can. All you need to do is to click on this link, the link on the chat box now, and it will take you to the breakout room. And then when you get to the breakout room, you will see an icon on the top left of the screen. So you click on that icon and choose the room that you would like to join. Okay, so but it all starts from here. Click on this link and then leave this particular webinar into the breakout room so that you can select the room that you want to join, please. I can still see some people here. We need everyone to move now to the breakout room. Everyone move to the breakout room and engage with others. In the breakout room, the benefits of going there is that you get to interact with other people. You get to see the faces of the moderators and the participants, and you'll be able to engage with some of the stakeholders that we have on display on the screen right now. So please, I need you all to move to the breakout rooms now. Yes. Just click on the link. Just click on the link on the chat box and move to the breakout room. Click on the link on the chat box and move to the breakout room. Okay. Okay. I can see some people leaving already. Yes. Just click on the link and then the facilitators are already there and they are waiting for you. So please, everyone, let's go. Let's go. Click on the link and move to the breakout rooms. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I want to be sure that we are all in the breakout room. If you are joining us now, this is the Fishing Net Gains West African Conference 2022, collaborations for sustainable fisheries and oceans in Africa. And we've had several sessions here at the webinar. but now is the breakout time. So we are all expected to move to the breakout rooms where we and different facilitators and with resolutions tackle the challenges that has to do with the abandoned and lost or otherwise discarded fishing nets. You know, the marine environment is our responsibility to begin to come up with ideas and resolutions to preserve the marine animals, you know. So please, let's move to the breakout rooms. Let's move now to the breakout rooms. Okay. Please, all the panelists are also expected to move to the breakout rooms. You know, both attendees and panelists, please move to the breakout room. Click on the link on the chat box and leave the webinar into the breakout room. When you click that link, it's going to ask you if you should leave this particular webinar. So say yes and leave and move to the breakout room. In the breakout room, you will see the different rooms on the top left of your screen. So select one of the rooms that you would like to be part of and then engage. We have several rooms. We have rooms that address marine protected areas. We also have rooms that talk about ghost gear diving. There's a room that talks about fishing and women empowerment. There's a room that talks about sustainable fishing gears and techniques. There's a room that talks about ghost fishing and ghost gears, plastic waste management. There's a room that talks about project partnership and collaboration. So just click the link and move to the breakout rooms. I still have some attendees and I still have some panelists here. We need you to move now to the breakout room. Click the link on the chat box. Yes, please click the link on the chat box. Click the link on the chat box and move to the breakout room now. The sessions have already started. You wouldn't want to miss it. It's amazing, it's intriguing, it's engaging. A lot of deliberations, a lot of engagement are currently ongoing. For some of our panelists and attendees, there are questions and discourse you would like to bring up in the breakout room. Okay, so please, let's move to the breakout room. Let's move to the breakout room. Okay. All right. So I think I'll begin to call names now. Adegoke, you're still here. Could you move to the breakout room? Olasogo, can you move to the breakout room? Catherine, can you move to the breakout room? Christina, can you move to the breakout room? Samuel, please, can you move to the breakout room? Shadrach, Solomon, please, could you move to the breakout room? I'm going to send the link to some of you here. So please click on the link and move straight to the breakout room. Thank you. Okay. So Samuel, I just sent you a link now. Kindly click on that link and move to the breakout room. Catherine, please move to the breakout room. Olasogo, please move to the breakout room. Adegeko, please move to the breakout room now. I've sent everybody the link, the direct link to the breakout room. Okay. Yeah. All right. I can see some of the attendees are already moving to the breakout room. That's good. Okay, thank you for moving. Shadrach, you're still here. Can you move to the breakout room? Can you please move to the breakout room? Thank you. Just click on the link and leave this webinar to the breakout room. And then over there, you would see different groups. You can just pick one of the groups and join the discourse. The breakout room is just 30 minutes. You don't want to miss every discussion there. Please move to the breakout room. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Christina. Shadrach. Olasogo. Malik, welcome. This is the breakout time. Could you move to the breakout room? I've sent you the direct link to the breakout session. So just click on the link and move straight to the breakout session and engage with other people. Malik, you're welcome. I've sent you a link to the breakout room. So just click on that link and move straight to the breakout session. Thank you. Malik, you're still here. Shadrach, you're still here. Lilak, you're still here. Please click on the link and join a breakout room. The breakout session is already on right now, and you will love it there. There are incredible discourse that are currently ongoing. So just click on the link, leave the webinar, move to the breakout room, and click on a room that you would like to be part of. There's an icon, there's a breakout icon on the top left of the Zoom. Click on that icon and select the room that you would like to be part of. Okay. So Malik, I believe that you are going now. Shadrach, I believe that you are joining now. And then Lila, I hope you're also going now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So let's see. Breakout. I don't know why. I don't know why the Hello, Victor. Victor, welcome. Welcome to the Fishing Net Gains Conference 2022, Collaborations for Sustainable Fisheries and Oceans in Africa. If you are just joining us now, please, this is the breakout time, and every attendee is expected to join a room. So please click on the link that I dropped for you in the chat box, and it will take you off this webinar to the breakout room. So please just click on the link and move to the webinar. Prudence, please click on the link and move to the webinar. Shadrach, I don't know. Seems you're busy or something. Barbara, please click on the link and move to the webinar. Thank you. Click on the link and move to the webinar, to the breakout room, sorry. Click on the link on the chat box and move to the breakout rooms. Please click on the link and move to the breakout room. Please click on the link on the chat box and move to the webinar, to the breakout room. Okay, Bridget, kindly click on the link in the chat box and move to your breakout room. Yes. Kingsley, welcome. This is the breakout session. Kindly move to the breakout room. Thank you. Finally left. So Shadrach is left. Shadrach, you're the only one here. Okay. Shadrach Solomon, you're the only one here. Are you busy, or you find it difficult to join the breakout session? Could you just send a chat? Let me know what's going on. Hello, Shadrach. Shadrach, you want to say something? Shadrach. Did you Prudence. Hello, Kalama. Kalama, welcome. Please, could you move to the breakout session? We are currently on the breakout session. Prudence, please, could you move to the breakout room? Thank you. Kalama, I just sent you the link that will take you to the breakout room. Shadrach is still here. Fun Festus, welcome. Please, currently we're having the breakout session. I've sent you a direct link to the breakout room. So please move to the breakout room. Hello, Fun. Fun, please join the breakout room. I have sent you a direct link that will take you to the breakout room. You will have to leave this webinar to be able to attend the breakout room. When you get to the breakout room, you'll see the room icon at the top left of your screen. So you pick a room, select a room there and attend. Thank you. please. Leggy, welcome. Welcome. Currently, we are actually having our breakout session now. So please just click the link that I've sent to you and move to the breakout session. I've sent you a link now. Just move to the breakout session. I've sent you a link now. Just move to the breakout session. Check your chat. Leggy, check your chat.
I'm not hearing you people again. No.